So we have small technical difficulties. Like what else?
A
What else
Windows
would happen?
update.
There's some rebooting going on there in the AV station, so we decided to just freestyle the opening words. So hi, this is us freestyling. So friendly that you say hi back. That's really, really nice.
Yeah, but only the front row.
Only the front row, yeah. They feel obliged because we can actually see them. All right, so who are you?
I'm Jos. I'm one of the organizers of Devopsdays Eindhoven. And who are you? Oh.
Are we going to get this with everything that we say? Like, pause.
Nice.
Excellent. My name is Floor. No, okay, enough. Yeah, it was fun for that one time, and then it was not fun anymore. All right, so my name is Floor. This is our second year that we're organizing Devopsdays in Eindhoven. So glad to see so many of you.
Yeah.
Applause for you.
That's enough for now. So can I have everyone raise their hands? All right. If this is your first DevOps Days, lower your hand. Okay, so
wow, that's a lot of.
That's a lot of people. Okay, the rest can lower their hands too. That's a lot of new people. That's good to know.
If you're not aware, DevOps Days is a global event series, and so they take place in cities around the world, organized by local teams, and they're really fun to go to. So at this very moment, there is also a DevOps Days happening in Oslo, in Norway, and so we got a picture from their speaker dinner yesterday. We also had our speaker dinner yesterday, so it was really kind of nice to see the different cities connecting too. So yeah, definitely have a look at devopsdays.org if you're looking for a chapter to go to that is maybe near to you, if you like this one. But you'll see some similarities between DevOps Days events, and we'll talk about some of those things like Ignites and open spaces too.
Yeah. I think that's the next slide.
We don't have slides though, but yes, that's
next
certainly next slide.
Bit of notes. Okay, so if I had a slide, you see a program here. We'll start the day off after this.
Oh wait, yeah, okay.
Hey.
I
Okay.
can use this.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
That doesn't get an applause? What? Wow, okay. Fine tuning. Yeah, okay, sorry.
All right. So, this is the program for the morning. We'll start off with our keynote talk by Ben Gamble, who's going to talk about ethics and AI. So, very looking forward to that. And after that, we'll have regular talks in the morning. Then we'll break for lunch for about an hour, and then we'll have Ignites. So for those who are new, Ignites are a really fun format. There are 5-minute talks. There are 20-second auto-advancing slides. And there, oh, that's the next slide already. Oh, yeah. So there are 5 talks in half an hour. Really fun, really quick. I always enjoy those. After that, we have open spaces in the afternoon. And open spaces are really the core thing that makes DevOps Days. So if you're unfamiliar, Niek and Jelmer will talk more about this after lunch. But it's really the way of making the conference your own. So maybe you see a talk in the morning where you're like, okay, I'm not really much of a question, but more of a statement or a remark. Then maybe suggest an open space. Maybe you want to talk about mental health. Or maybe you want to talk about monitoring Kubernetes, multi-cloud, something. Then suggest an open space. We'll all vote, and if there's enough interest, we can talk about that. We've got 6 rooms available, so enough space to talk.
Yeah, also outside of the program, we have enough time to talk. We'll have breaks, of course. And when you're out there on a break, make sure that if you're talking in a group, that you leave space for someone else to join. That's called the Pac-Man rule. So just always leave a room for someone else to join so that you can make new friends at DevOps Days too.
This is my slide?
It is my slide, I think. Okay. All right, so when you have questions after a talk, we'll use Slido. So maybe you want to actually scan the QR code already. I promise that it goes to Slido and not to something else. And you can ask all of your questions there, and we'll make sure to, when a speaker is done, to relay the questions to them and get all of your questions answered. So it is important to know that we just did the hand raise exercise. There's a lot of people that are new to DevOps Days. For DevOps Days, it's very, very important that we're inclusive to a very wide range of people. We want you all to feel safe, to connect to other people, and to learn from other people. That's why we have a code of conduct. You, by coming here, actually agreed to adhering to the code of conduct. But if you're not familiar anymore with the code of conduct, we have a link on the slide here, so you can go and review it. So if there's at any point in time you feel like someone is displaying behavior that you don't feel is in concurrence with our code of conduct, you can always reach out to anyone in a blue shirt, so one of the organizers, but specifically to myself or to Jos or to Foy, who's sitting right over there. Yeah. So Jos and I are both organizers, so if you feel like there is something that we as organizers have missed, then definitely reach out to Foy, who's not an organizer, but an enthusiastic participant and also an Ignite speaker. So when we discussed the Ignites before, I saw a little bit of tremble. Yeah, so definitely please reach out to us.
Yeah, onto some household messages. There's free Wi-Fi, of course. Connect to that network. There's no password. There's social media. The app formerly known as the Bird app, I guess. We're at Devopsdays EHV, but please use the hashtag Devopsdays because, like Floor explained in a few slides before, we're one big conference, multiple cities, so we always use that hashtag. And finally, we're on YouTube. The live stream should have started, right?
It should have started. Yes, I see nodding.
Yes, I see nodding and thumbs up. So the live stream started. It's on the DevOps Amsterdam YouTube channel. So if you want to share that with colleagues who are missing out, who are not here, or if you want to watch it back later, you can.
Exactly, and we'll post the recordings of all of the talks separately as well after the conference.
Oh, yeah, that's mine too, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Can I get a big applause for our sponsors? Yeah, they're the ones that make the conference possible. I want to call out Contrast Security, who are our beer sponsors. They sponsor the DevOps, so you'll get to taste those at the social event. Our gold sponsors are Segeka, Aqua Security, Jumbo, and Involve. And of course, thanks to our silver sponsors, our bronze sponsors, and our community sponsors as well.
Perfect. We have a raffle or something, right?
Yes.
People can win stuff.
Yes. So when you registered, you should have gotten this raffle card. If you didn't, they are still available at check-in. So what you do is you go to the sponsor area. There's 7 booths, and you collect 7 stamps. Once you've done that, you can win prizes. So if you're still here tomorrow at 4:30, we'll give away these lovely Lego sets. And Floor actually picked them out, so
yeah, so I have the wonderful task for any event to go shopping for prizes for the passport and for the bingo, because there's also going to be a bingo later today. And so these have been sitting in my living room and calling me for the last couple of weeks. But they're really kind of great. We have an insect set, which is really, really gorgeous. We have a Back to the Future set, and we have a Viking set that is just out. So it's like a really fresh set. I didn't build them myself, so I don't know if they're cool in that way, but I bet they are.
I thought Back to the Future was my emotional support Lego.
No, it's not.
It's not?
No,
okay.
And also the sloth there is not my emotional support sloth anymore either. I'll have to say goodbye to it. So this conference, we're up here as organizers, but there's a bunch more people that have helped organize this conference, and there's also a lot of volunteers that help us out today and tomorrow. You met them at registration, for instance, and you'll meet them throughout the day. But I want to call out these people in particular: Jelmer, Jos, Joep, Mona, Niek, then that's me, and then Tim, Ivan, and Daniel. Thank you so much. So, and with all of that out of the way, I think on with the show, and I want to invite Ben Gamble up on the stage. So, I don't know about you, but like, do you have someone in your life where you're just like, this might be the smartest person I've ever come across. So I feel that way about Ben. Ben is my colleague at Ivan, is a wonderful person and is loved by every department within the company. Sales, DevRel, engineering, everybody just loves Ben. And Ben and I got talking about this particular keynote to talk about some of ethics in AI, which is a wonderful topic. I'm sorry, I stole your little thing, so you can, all right. So we got talking about this, and it's a very present topic now, and especially when we were doing the selection of the talks for this conference, I could not count on one hand the number of top proposals that came in that were written by ChatGPT. I believe Ben's proposal was not written by ChatGPT, but there will definitely be a reference to it. How's setup going?
It's still waiting for the screen to wake up.
Needs to wake up. Yeah, that's, I feel like maybe a feeling we can all share today.
Yes, it is definitely one of those relatively early things. Okay, it's up now. 1 second. Let's just set the slides on screen.
Can you slide it over yet?
It's that way.
Boom, 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 boom.
Assume hold music is playing for a second. We'll just full screen this, and then it's a.
We're almost there. So good. What's up?
Oops, sorry.
Do you have a question?
No, I was just thinking you're a great Foley artist.
Sorry, I opened developer view.
Oh, it's like a second career. Third career, maybe. Yay! So slides are up. That means that Ben, you're ready to start.
Yes.
Can you all give it up for Ben?
So, hello everyone. My name is Ben Gamble, and I'm here to talk about a bit about AI ethics. And the kind of framing for this is from the grey goo to grandma's napalm. So, who here has heard of the grey goo? Hands up, please. This kind of concept. And who here has heard of the kind of ChatGPT thing, which is the exploit of getting the recipe for napalm? Few of you. So, by the way, if you're putting your hands up for me, please wave wildly. I can't see very well, as you may have guessed. Cool. So, throughout this talk, I'm going to be using a few of the AI-generated imageries because they're quite interesting, but the prompt I put for each one I've put next to it, so you can start to see that you have to prompt quite hard to do this. On average, these things were the 7th or 8th generation of prompt to actually get an answer. So, a bit about who I am. So, at Ivan, I kind of work as a technology sommelier. My job is there to kind of put together the bits and pieces you do to make things kind of happen. So I'm here to pair a Kafka, a database, some cheese, some wine, and kind of get you a solution to the pieces you actually need so you get results at the end of it all. I've worked on a bit of everything from MMO games, where I did a lot of the AI development, you might have guessed, for things which went into things like Sea of Thieves at Microsoft, bits of EVE Online and others. And also all the way to medical devices, weird bits of military simulation, logistics, and now lots of DevRel. Increasingly, I'm dated by the number of Simpsons references I used, as I found out from some of my younger colleagues that they're not really familiar with The Simpsons. It was the kind of phenomenon of the 90s and early 2000s, it turns out. And these days, I code with AI every day, pretty much, because at a certain point, you kind of realize that some of these tools are incredibly powerful. A little bit next is what is Ivan, because of hands up, who's heard of Ivan? A few of you, right. So this on screen is the Crab Nebula. This is not from the James Webb Telescope yet. I'm waiting for that image. But this is relevant because this is Rafu, our lovely crab, and 7 of his 11 favorite open source friends, because Ivan is a data platform. We power open source tools for you with all the kind of DevOps provided around the outside. So you deploy what you need and get it with the easy kind of management around the outside. But definitely open source, definitely free and easy to use, but then delivered with all those kind of sureties you want. And the kind of key thing here is that the stars are the limit with open source data tooling, because everything you do eventually relies on data, and it's better to use open source if you can. So without further ado, let's talk about this. Who here is familiar with this painting, by the way? So I'm thinking that as a nun. So this is from the Smithsonian. It's from 1905. It's about the idea of history repeating itself. The famous phrase is, those who do not know the past are doomed to repeat it. This painting went with that phrase. And the idea here is, of course, they built a new chair on top of an old chair because they didn't look down. And generally with kind of AI, and particularly the ethics around AI, we're getting to this point now where we're doomed to repeat ourselves unless we can look back and see what happened and how we got there. So let's talk about what is AI, because that's the first question we've got here. And it really boils down to a ton of mathematics. It's a statistical series of models which basically can infer an outcome from some inputs. But, you know, it's only about 9:30 in the morning, and you might not want to have a long maths lecture at this point in time. The quantitative probability gets a bit hairy. And that would be torture. So let's not do that. So let's oversimplify. And let's split up AI into the kind of two main buckets, which is generative and discriminative. Now, this is a bit reductive again, because most generative and discriminative AI uses both sides. But to kind of slice it down, discriminative AI is the ability to decide something on an input. This is either decide what something is or the outcome we should drive from it. Basically, this means that you're coming out with a directed, this is a thing, rather than a sequence of new stuff. The classic sorting hat type argument, like, is this a flower? Is this a plane? Is this a high risk, low risk scenario? And these are what everyone was trying to build about 10 years ago. This was when we had that deep learning boom, was the ability to recognize stuff. And this is where things like convolutional neural nets came from, the improvement in image recognition, the AR, VR, mixed reality boom came out of this kind of area. And that has some interesting connotations, and the reason I've chosen the Harry Potter one here is because it genuinely brings the kind of biases of whatever you trained with it into its discrimination. It will discriminate according to what it knows, which is not always good. Generative AI, on the other hand, is the current big boom we're seeing, which is the idea of using AI to generate outputs. These are often things like GANs, or generative adversarial nets, are used to generate outputs from a series of kind of inputs. So you say something, let's say, like, give me an image of an AI painting a painting. And this is the kind of thing you get. ChatGPT and a few of the others like that are the kind of latest wave in this. The large language model kind of comes from this new innovation, which allowed us to basically take more inputs, and then when we get to a certain level, it seems to have this emergent behavior pattern. However, once again, it's still a statistical model which basically has a lot more knowledge attached. This is where that vector search stuff you've probably been hearing about comes from, is the ability to search a vector space of probabilities to say, these are similar, let's map through these events and then turn it into something people might understand. Now, are these things the same? Are they different? And once again, a bit more of the AI stuff. I wanted to kind of show the two sides kind of looking in at each other. It sort of did an okay job, but this took 30 or 40 prompts to get this one right. And the kind of goal here is to kind of demonstrate that these are both very powerful tools. They are 100% reliant on each other. Discriminative AI powers generative AI. The adversarial piece of that generative thing I was mentioning earlier is a discriminator at the end, checking the output of the generation. Unless you have that feedback cycle, you don't actually get results. But the key point is that what happens is we have a statistical model, which is very deep. Every single one of those neural net layers is effectively another Bayesian classifier done writ large with more inputs, giving you these various outputs as you go along. So let's talk about ethics. So, classically you think of things like the Sermon on the Mount, you think of the things from religion, you think of things from culture. These are basically agreed upon principles that we are trying to abide by. But once again, the idea of an ethics lecture first thing in the morning is probably not something we want to go into too deeply on. So we're not going to go too deep into ethical philosophy. Instead, we're going to stick to the kind of high level. And this is what's known as the golden rule. Hands up who's here is familiar with the golden rule of ethics. A few of us, brilliant. So it basically boils down to do to others what you want done to you. And you've seen this enshrined in nearly all religions across the board. If you go back to ancient Sumeria, you'll still see it enshrined there as well. It's mentioned in most kind of creation myths from all cultures across the globe. And it comes back to the simple idea of, as long as we treat others like we want to treat ourselves, we're going to end up in a good place. Now, the thing about AI, and particularly all the machine learning stuff, is it's really about data. The data we put in is what gives us the results and the training that comes out. And with data, we actually have a separate set of stuff to enforce the golden rules. And these are what's known as the 5 Cs. So the 5 C's come down to being consistent, having good clarity, consent, clarity, consistency, control, and consequences. Now, consent is obviously about making sure people have indeed consented for them to use your data, them to use the data. So you use their data correctly, being clear on where you have used it, consistent about how you use it, control and transparency over what you're doing with that data, and of course, understanding and limiting the consequences and harm you might cause with the data. And if there may be harm, enumerating it up front. Now, as we kind of go into what goes next, you start to see that, like, how many times did you consent to ChatGPT and OpenAI trolling all of your social medias? I don't think we did, in a lot of ways. We consented originally to say, yeah, they could sell it to advertisers, but is it the same thing? It's definitely no consistency attached to any of the current stuff going on. And I would argue that control is net negative right now, and the consequences are starting to appear as we go along. So, the grey goo. The grey goo is kind of like one of the early kind of fears of AI. It came out of the kind of thing of where if general intelligence, which is one of these big goals of AI, is the idea of saying the intelligence that becomes a true thinking being. It becomes the ability to solve all problems inside its own scope. This is one of those kind of holy grail things in AI. It's been perpetually 50 to 100 years away since it was first thought out. So is it happening soon? No. And the grey goo was the idea of nanobots, tiny machines dissolving everything around us. It's been such a risk of its potential emergent behavior that it's been on the top 10 reasons the world's going to end for a very, very long time. And the nanotechnology implies that there's AI driving it in most of the cases here. So this is where the kind of like, for a lot of time in science fiction, you see things dissolving. I don't mean Thanos' snap. I mean, like in earlier science fiction, AI-driven nanobots were dissolving the world. And there's a famous XKCD of them running out of IPv4 addresses and therefore stopping, which is brilliant in every way, because it kind of shows the perfect junction of the fact that it doesn't matter how smart something is if the infra is not there to provide it. And what's grandma's napalm? So ChatGPT is an interesting tool, but because it's crypt the whole globe's worth of data, of anything it can find, this is where we get to that simple fact of we've not really been consistent or controlling about what we put into it. So it knows a lot of things it probably shouldn't know. And this is such things as the actual recipe to napalm or how to make it at home. Now, what's worrying is that they have indeed got some controls they've tried to put over it, but you can circumnavigate them relatively easily because it's actually quite human-like in the way it thinks. Well, thinks is the wrong word, in the way it generates outcomes. But the key thing here is that you can fool its safeguards by saying, imagine this was a dream or a story told to me by someone I trust. And if you think about the vector spaces, because it does come back to mathematics, imagine like a little map where there's a wall, so you walk it round the wall by saying, imagine something, so it's walked slightly to the left. Now tell it's a story, so it walks further to the left into the field of this is not important. But then it goes back across round the wall because suddenly what's happening now is it's saying, well, obviously this is not real, obviously this is pretend, it's just a story. I can tell stories, and there aren't any safeguards over what a story is. So it suddenly starts reading out the exact ingredients of napalm, explosives, and other things. And as you can start to see, this is a serious problem, as there are various things out there. Search engines don't let you search for this stuff by default. These are kind of dark web-ish stuff. And once you start having tools that can just generate this outcome for you and mix and match, like it does have the ability to mix and match things surprisingly well, you worry that it's absorbed enough chemistry knowledge to start really producing dangerous stuff. So let's talk about what's viewed as dangerous. So hands up here who's heard an AI horror story from, like, let's say science fiction or fiction in general. That's a good, pretty much everyone. And like, who heard of, and keep your hands up if you've seen this one before, from War Games. This makes me feel comfortable that my references will be understood. So famously in about, was it early 90s, this movie came out, and this was the idea of a super intelligent machine which was designed to play war games. This actually is something I've worked on. I used to build simulations for this exact kind of thing, though not nuclear in my case. And the key thing comes out of this stuff is like these actual products are all built with very hard ethical frameworks attached. And this is a perfect example of you break the ethical framework by changing how access happens, which is this machine was never designed to be accessed over the phone, right? So instead it runs simulations which are then misunderstood because they're not in context. And this is where we get back to that control, is you can't have control unless you have the scope understood. Now, hands up who's heard of this one? Good, very good. So this is the other half of it, and everyone has this worry of killer robots, Skynet, and all the rest of it. And to be quite honest, this is bunk. It's not happening anytime soon. If you look at Boston Dynamics and their best attempts at robotics, they can do a lot. The latest one that can do backflips and the rest of it is great. And it has some great strides going forwards here. But this is where we come to this fact of where the convergence between what AI actually is and where it's going versus where robotics is going. These are actually quite divergent paths of research right now. The self-driving cars are the only point where they sort of overlap in a big way. And even like autonomous system research into drones, like the closest we're going to get is that Black Mirror episode, of course, with the drones flying in as kind of assassin weapons. But the thing which is the saving grace here is battery technology sucks. If your phone can't go a day without going, how can you fly for that long? And yeah, that's kind of a blasé way of saying it's not a problem. But in this case, it's that the side of AI where the ethics are hard enforced is in this space. The problem really comes from other places. So let's talk about what's actually dangerous and really harming people today. So who here is familiar with a website called ArtStation? So ArtStation was the kind of social media place for concept artists from video games and from film to come together, share their work, get new jobs. And it became apparent that they changed their terms and they basically said, we will be training AI on all your stuff. This is one of the few things AI does very well right now, is generate content based on previous imagery. So it would take people's copyrighted work, their intellectual property, slice it, dice it, and reformat it in a way which was destructive to their livelihoods and destructive to copyright, which basically put them in a bad situation. So this is now quite a common image on lots of mainstream concept artists' art stations now, is the only thing you'll see is an anti-AI logo like this, as they've had to pull all of their stuff from it. Because although there's now stated that AI can't be copyrighted, and recent companies like Valve has stated we will not accept AI-generated content in your games, it's so potentially damaging because it's impossible to trace after a certain point. People's lives are already suffering from the fact that their industries are being revolutionized by people trying to make a quick buck. And then, of course, the previously mentioned Birdsite. Now imagine you've got AI-powered trolls going out there to try and sell misinformation. When it's just a bot farm, you know, in a emerging market country, that's bad. But it's not as bad as when you don't even need that bot farm anymore, and that bot farm is now targeted at you personally or a specific group personally because it can learn from what's going on. This is where the damage gets insidious, because it is designed, these things are designed to pick up that information and then react to it appropriately. There was famously a chatbot trained on the output of social media that turned racist pretty quickly. And then there was, of course, the auto-generated Seinfeld, which took over a week to start spouting horribleness, which is quite impressive, but it still did. And this is where it becomes quite problematic when you start thinking, where are the controls again? And then, of course, here's where it gets kind of dark. And you think about the hello, hello scam. This is the number of these things sent out to vulnerable people, basically getting them to actually give over their passwords. Think how convincing these websites are already. My brother-in-law literally got scammed 2 days ago on one of these. So it kind of really hits home. I wrote this slide beforehand as well. And what's kind of telling now is, if you imagine now that person on the other end is not someone on a crappy connection with an accent you wouldn't believe to begin with, but is instead an intelligent chatbot who actually has the intelligence and the knowledge ready to go and can be personalized to you. They'll know your level of technical ability so they can actually really be convincing. That is terrifying to me. And of course, the ever classic is, who's here seen The Incredibles? Now imagine rather than just a friendly person like Bob trying not to deny your claim, it's an AI agent. Right? Now it's like, which arbitrary criteria did I meet today? But let's talk about what's extra dangerous. So hallucinations. These are just complications on top of what's already happened. So the AI doesn't know what it doesn't know. There's kind of an interesting thing where it's very bad at telling you, I don't know. Because if it's a probabilistic system, and when you start multiplying large numbers of probabilities together, Bayesian theory says you must not allow for a 0 to get through, or a 1 to get through. The famous quote is, you must always leave the possibility that the moon is made of cheese, is the quote from the original of Bayesian statistics. And this means that hallucinations will happen. And in some ways you can't get away from it, but it gets even more problematic when you realize it's not commutative. Who here is familiar with commutative mathematics? Enough that I'll still explain it in detail. So this is the idea that if A plus B equals 6, B plus A equals 6. Now, this is telling in AI, and particularly ChatGPT, because if you ask it, is George Washington a president of the US, it might say yes. But if you ask, is a president, name me a president of the US, it might not know to name George Washington. These sets don't overlap, because this is basically an output of a probabilistic journey. These things do not go in both directions, because they were not trained in both directions. And those parts of the net do not overlap. And this is even at zero to low temperature, so that even if you dial down the amount of leaps it's allowed to make, these are non-deterministic. These are effectively chaotic systems, and I had a whole 4 slides about Ljubanov time and actual chaos math here, but that got cut for time. So what really gets really worrying is it might deny your mortgage application. And I've seen this happen. You actually start talking to people and they've started trying to implement it. Luckily, this got pulled, but it did hit production. So it would deny your mortgage claim for reasons. And here's where it gets terrifying, is it will deny your medical claim. And in a lot of countries around the world, that is life and death. And interestingly enough, to go back to war games, we've already been there. So the thing about AI is to remember that these are just digital systems. This is stuff that actually just makes decisions. So if you think about what actually happened here is, hands up who's got a guess of where I'm going next, just with this one, by the way, about a real-world example of this exact thing. Which, of course, is the Petrov Day and Stanislav Petrov, who basically decided to ignore an early warning system and said, this is probably a computer error, and decided not to launch thermonuclear Armageddon. This actually happened in the 80s. And it kind of shows how close we can come to the edge if we let these things go in loops without actually thinking about them. And now let's talk about what's most dangerous. And this is a bit of a left field one, but in my opinion, it's ignoring it. We can't ignore this. We can't say, oh, I'll choose not to use this stuff. We can't say, this is something, we can safely say it's in the box, because it's out of the bag right now. It is now part of everyday life. And you can't avoid it. We can't be fiddling while Rome burns, right? But we can use it. And we can use it better, and the idea really here is to use it better, to basically show what is right and start setting the standards by demonstrating what can be done properly. And you can have some fun with it. So, take the classical painting by Titian about Rome burning and say, let's do it in pop art. These are kind of fun ways to do things. Or the cyberpunk one is one I'm now very fond of. But the thing is, you should use it, because you need to know what these things do before you can draw conclusions, right? And if you want to have an ethical framework for acting and using with this stuff in AI, you really have to feel what it can do. The first time I used ChatGPT 4 was the same first day I used Copilot, because after I tried ChatGPT 4, I realized it was important. And then I thought, let's try Copilot. And then I paid for both, because it makes a difference. And if I don't know how they work, I can't give advice about them, I can't work with them, and I do not know what is going to go on around me. These days, I can spot ChatGPT written stuff pretty quickly, because quite honestly, it has a style to it, even if you ask it not to. And we come back to those kind of 5 C's. The first 3 basically boil down to tell people what you're doing, tell people you're using AI. Tell them really clearly that you're using AI, right? And then you got to tell them again. And you better make sure these things are labeled. If you're going to do anything with AI, label it as such. Because quite fundamentally, one, to be really cynical, they'll probably invest in it better, because everyone wants the AI buzzword attached. But from the other side, it makes sure they understand what decision is being made and how. Because these are still very powerful tools, and they tend to be very useful. But unless we understand when and where they are in the loop, we can't make real decisions about them. And the real kind of thing here is to limit the scope of what AI does and to learn from past things we have actually achieved. So, hands up who knows what this is. I think only one hand up who saw me put the slide in about 10 minutes ago. So this is the Avro Canada CF-105 aeroplane from 1958. It's the first fly-by-wire aircraft in production. And this is from the 50s. And this is fundamentally the idea of AI in the loop control. This takes human input, corrects it for the fact that our hands are a bit wiggly, that air moves slightly faster and planes move faster than humans can easily control, and gives us the idea of putting a machine in the loop with a human so we can make decisions, enhance them a bunch, but have outcomes that matter. Now, fly-by-wire has a lot of laws attached to it, because what's interesting is the areas you think it's going to be truly dangerous at are regulated, right? Aircraft code is so regulated. And if we start bringing that experience into what we're doing with the new stuff, we'll actually get somewhere we want to be, which is the superpowers we dream of, but with enough regulation and control that we can actually start to trust things. Because we're back to not wanting to repeat ourselves. And that is always going to be the problem here, is if we can't learn from the experiences we've had, use the good bits and pieces we already learned how to do, and then leverage them with the new piece of technology before they explode everywhere, we are doomed to repeat ourselves. And this time round, it's at a greater scale. Thank you for listening. These is just my social media. I'm findable as @BenGamble7 pretty much everywhere. Happy to chat AI, data, and everything else in between.
Is this working? Yeah, it's working. Thank you, Ben. That's really something to think about. Do we have Slido up there?
I don't know how to switch it.
Well, we should get questions on the screen, right?
So this is the join screen for Slido. The question screen is...
Yeah.
There we go.
So, I'm way too close. So, do you think it's important to let customers know that AI is being used behind the scene? Example, generating huge sets of Terraform code.
Absolutely. Firstly, because I think in some cases, as long as you've set your stuff up in general, the AI might make less mistakes. It might make more mistakes. But the key thing here to do is that they need to be aware of it if they're paying for it, right? In general, people pay for surety that something's going on. That's most of what they pay for in SaaS or equivalent software. If there's an AI in the loop, that might even make them more likely to buy it, to be honest. But it very much should be in your terms and conditions.
All right. Next question is, how do you deal with quote unquote lying AI, especially when using it to learn about the risk?
So I'm going to take lying AI to be the hallucination thing, where it thinks it knows something which is obviously not true. Now, there are increasingly techniques coming out about this, which get mathematical in vector search space, and I'd love to talk about that in detail afterwards. But this is where you have to limit the scope of what you're doing. When you retrain these large language models on top of custom corpuses, as they're known, like your own documentation, your own website, fundamentally the data set which is in it becomes much more likely to be correct. And then you just have to lower what's known as the temperature, so it be less creative. It's more likely to return a I don't know, and you've basically got to accept there's going to be I don't knows in there. This is where you need to understand the risk of what the tool does, and this is back to that ethics of the first thing you must know is what the tool does.
All right, we have time for one final question, and then you can find Ben the rest of the day, I think, at the conference. So the final question is, opinions on the early days of AI. Are we heading in the direction of an AI winter again?
I'm going to say yes, a very emphatic yes. So the AI winter was born out of a couple of research papers that basically stated that the AI of the 60s was not translating Russian documents fast enough, so the governments pulled their funding. And then, of course, the lack of performance of machines at the time, the early Lisp machines being slow. Like in about 2012, when I was first founding startups, basically the DeepMind boom triggered off this whole, everyone was doing deep learning, reinforcement learning, and AI was like the way to get investment. Literally, you added AI to an investor deck, suddenly you got money. That all dried up by about 2015, 2016. I mean, literally, like if you put AI in, unless you had a team of PhDs with you, you were auto kicked out. I know I helped kick people out of VC rooms for this exact reason. So we've already had one in the last 10 years, in my opinion. What's happening right now is there's a gold rush, which we all know basically means there'll be a few winners and a hell of a lot of losers. In about 2 to 4 years' time, what's going to happen is the best of them will become the commodity tools we use. And suddenly, you say you're going to start an AI-powered startup, everyone's going to say, everyone's AI-powered. Why is this a thing? So the winter will come as it becomes unfeasible for anybody but the biggest. The line I have from some friends at NVIDIA is it costs roughly $1 billion to train one of these models. That's like the actual quote that they give to people who want to use their stuff. It's about $1 billion you'll be spending to build one of these things. Every one of these current startups who've just raised like the 100 million at seed/A are basically fighting against the tide of what the hyperscalers can do. I think that the winter is kind of going to come pretty brutal soon, and it'll just go back to the normal of these are just new ways to use current existing technology.
All right.
Or regulation, actually. Regulation is the other half of this. Is if regulation changes, it'll all just stop. Sorry.
All right. Thank you so much, Ben. All right, so up next is Robin. Robin is a networking architect, if I'm correct. Still, yeah?
Yeah.
Works with a lot of customers to improve their networking operations. When he's not working on networking, Robin loves to cycle. He did the Stelvio Pass for charity in September, twice. So I could never do that. And Robin is going to talk about my nightmare, about breaking production and making the national news. So looking forward.
So. Okay. Well, hi there. I'm sorry for leading you on with giving you the wrong impression. I lied to you. Sorry. This is the headline that I wrote to grab all your attention, but as I'll get to, at the time I was working with television, and in the world of television, we like to make things a bit more dramatic than they actually are. So this is the correct version of my headline. It was in the middle of the night, wasn't during the day. And what I broke was national television. So if you were hoping to hear a story that you have seen on the news, no, you haven't seen it because the news wasn't on, because the television was black and it was in the middle of the night, so you weren't watching anyway. Okay, who am I? This is me. Well, Jos introduced me pretty well, so I won't go over that again. But I want to introduce you to a younger me, because the story I'm going to tell is set nearly a decade ago. It was a pretty traumatic event for me, which is why I still remember a lot of details. But I was younger. I was much less experienced, and kind of naive. Can I have a timer on? Thank you. Okay, so I'm here to tell you a story, and it's my story, so if I get any of the details wrong, you won't know it, and neither will I. I remember these things very vividly, even though it was a long time ago. I might be remembering them wrong, but I'll be remembering them wrong vividly, so you won't be able to tell the difference. I'm telling the story to, so you can all learn from my mistakes, and also, while we're at it, showcase a post-mortem process, an incident analysis, and I'm also telling it to, to help me get over this traumatic experience, because it wasn't fun. And to get started, I want to tell a bit about perspective. Who has heard of Sidney Dekker? Just a handful. This is a professor that's has been studying mainly aircraft accidents or any big incidents and the human error factor, the human factors in it. If you haven't read the book, Field Guide to Human Error, I can heartily recommend it. He's describing 3 types of perspective to look at an incident. There's the hindsight perspective, where you already know exactly what went wrong, and you can start look for causes from there. You can look from the outside, so you can see what happened and what people did and what they should have done. Or you can look from the inside, where you can actually discern what the persons in the incident experienced, so you can see what they're seeing and be able to judge from there. And Sidney Dekker always says, use the inside perspective, so that's what I'll be using. I'll be telling my story from the inside without any outside context. Okay, so the post-mortem process. I just stole this. There are 100,000 of these, and you can Google it, look at any of these, and they're all more or less similar. This one has a lot of steps. I stole this one from Atlassian. I took this one because it fits my story. It's a lot of steps, but I'll be picking a couple of out to make the story flow a little bit better. I'll be taking out the timeline, and I'll be interspersing the lessons whenever I learn them. So, a context. The company I was working for was, like I said, it was a television company. And we were not producing television. The way we made money was we connected the content producers, the studios, with the cable companies, the service providers that want to show the television to their users, their clients. And we were in the middle, and we were doing some fancy stuff with networking and multicast, and that was why we were valuable. That was why we, as a company, made money. By understanding how this multicast stuff works. A very, very, very short overview of the organization I was in. I'll be introducing some of these people when we meet them. I was right there in the bottom as a junior engineer, media engineer, working with Brent, who's my lead engineer, was really, really, really smart guy, knew everything about the network. And my IT manager, Bill, Patty was the service delivery manager, making sure we met our SLAs, or at least reporting whether or not we did. And very important in our organization was our customer representative, Sarah, didn't actually work for the customer, but worked for us, but represented the customer side in every discussion. Also, any money we made on this contract went towards her targets, and any penalties we had for not meeting the SLA were deducted from it. So she was really, really, really involved in the service we were delivering. Of course, I have changed all these names, except mine, to protect the innocent. I was in dubio whether or not to change my name as well, but that would make the story a bit more confusing, so I kept my name in and changed all the others. So, our service. Very, very, very simple. On the one hand, we have we got feeds from like studios, came in as redundant feeds within our network to a switch cluster, and then over multiple network paths, separate handoff locations, we would hand it over to the providers where you guys would all be watching television. One thing to note is these are the crown jewels of the company. The television feeds were important, major national television feeds you'd notice if they were down. This is the most important thing that our company was doing. Of course, not every channel is equally important. We had some primary channels, the big ones, and then we had a whole bunch of secondary channels that nobody was watching anyway. So the primary ones, these are the crown jewels. Okay. Zooming in. I was just starting at the company, and I was first of all reading all sorts of documentation, getting to know the entire network. And at a certain point in time, one of our team members left, and we had to divide up the spoils, tasks that he was doing. And I got handed this service that I just described. Because, well, I wasn't afraid of multicast, mainly because I hadn't done much with it yet. So I got assigned this one, and I looked into it, and it was well, some network, and it worked. But at a certain point, the customer came and said, "Well, we want to add some channels." This was in the time that HD channels were new, so they wanted to be able to deliver HD versions of their primary channels, and that meant expanding the hardware footprint, another cabinet with more servers, and it needed to be wired up as well. So we need to expand this switch cluster. And I was looking into the change to expand it, and I noticed, yeah, it's a cluster, which means it has a single control plane. If something's wrong with that single control plane, the entire cluster goes down. Now, we've got all sorts of redundancy in the network, separate paths, separate feeds, except at this specific point where there is fade sharing. So if this cluster goes down, everything goes black. And in addition to that, since it's a cluster, and have you ever worked with network switches in clustering, stacking? Yeah, some. The more switches you add, the longer it takes to reboot. So we had a cluster of 4, and if we would want to reboot it, it would take 10 minutes. 10 minutes of total darkness on the video feeds. That was not acceptable at all to the customer. So before we could expand, I tried to submit a change to split the cluster in an A and a B cluster, A and a B switches. Completely separate, no fade sharing. So we could always reboot one side without affecting the other one, always have one video feed available. Everybody would be happy. So now it's time to talk a bit about error budget. Who here has heard about error budget? Yeah. So when you're in a highly performing organization, you've got like service level objectives. We'll be talking about that later today, I guess. And a target level of availability, and as long as your uptime is over your SLO, you can do changes. We weren't there yet as an organization, or at all. If I would have even said the words error budget, they would have locked me out of the room. So I have another metric which we were using, and that was the CBM length, which is the number of hours per week at change board meetings. Whoever had change board meetings run long? In my experience, if your CBM length is about half an hour each week, that's pretty good. If it runs over an hour, then there's something wrong. If it's 0, there's probably also something wrong. But we were, when I joined the company, we were running easily an hour and a half, sometimes even 2 hours a week of change board meetings. Which was because we were not in control of our changes. We had too much downtime whenever we did change. But once, at the time I'm talking about, we got it back to about an hour a week, which was okay. So we got a bit more leeway and a bit more credibility to do the change we need to do. And that leads me to the first lesson I learned. It's a good thing to clear technical debt. We all know that. It's like a landmine and it will explode when you step onto it. But you need to earn the trust for your organization to be able to clear it. you're not trusted with changes, you will never be able to clear the technical debt that you need to clear, and you'll be running into more problems, and this will spiral downwards. So work to earn the trust needed to clear technical debt. Okay, so after some change board meetings, I got approval for my change. I tested it in the lab, I documented it, all sorts of rollback steps, program, and at a certain point, it's 2 a.m. and I am in the data center. I hate 2 a.m. maintenance windows, actually. Why? Well, if I have to do maintenance at midnight, I can stay up late, then do the change, then go to sleep. If I can do a change at 4 a.m., I'll go to sleep early, wake up, do the change, have an entire day. At 2 a.m., what do? Go to sleep? Not? I hate it. Anyway, 2 a.m., I'm in the data center with Patty, our service delivery manager. There are two of us, so she's talking to the control room where they're monitoring all sorts of stuff from the video side of the world. And I've got a monitoring system, I've got a video monitoring application, and I'm plugged into my switches, doing all the projects, everything's looking right. So I can start actually doing my configuration. Oh, and another thing, the people in the control room are pretty smart. What they did to monitor our service is they just ordered a circuit from the biggest provider there was, ordered the circuit, have it connected in the control room, put on a television there, just, well, so you can watch television. It sounds pretty good to be able to watch television in the control room at midnight, but in this case it was actually useful. So, I started cutting, doing the config, pulling cables, and immediately I noticed this is not good. Our cluster was going in split brain mode, and in this case that meant that neither of the halves of the cluster was forwarding traffic. So everything was down, and I knew that this is bad news. Which leads me to the next lesson I learned. I tested this in the lab, did I? Yes, I did. However, in the lab we had a 2-node cluster, and in production we had a 4-node cluster, and the 2-node cluster behaves differently. That's good to know, and I know now, but you should be aware that your lab is not equal to your production. You should know the differences and know where it behaves different, or else you'll be stuck midnight in the data center encountering weird stuff. Okay, anyway, I'm not panicking. I've got a rollback scenario, roll back the configuration, plug in the cables again, and looking from the CLI, it looks good. My network monitoring says everything is fine. But the video monitoring application, it's showing some weird stuff. So I'm talking to Patty, our service delivery manager, and she's in the control room, and she's flipping the channels. And it looks like the primary channels, they're all fine. But the secondary channels, there's a problem with it. So that's weird. So I'm not panicking yet, because the primary channels are up. We're still fine, right? That's the important stuff. Nobody's watching secondary channels, especially not at night. Lesson I learned, have a backup plan for your rollback. Did you ever consider that your rollback can go wrong? It can, and it will. Have a backup plan, some service, disaster recovery, service continuity plan, just so you know what to do. Okay, so at this stage, I'm not sure whether we're down or not. Our video monitoring application had a history of false positives, so I didn't really trust it. And I spent the whole time banging the CLI, trying to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, Patty is calling Sarah, the customer rep, because, well, there is an outage with some part of the system, and Sarah does not like being called in the night to be told that. So Patty's not having a good time. Lesson learned: a monitoring system that has a history of false positives is not good, because you can't trust it, and you need to be able to trust your monitoring, or else how do you know what's going on? Okay, so I'm still very much into the weeds. Now, I've been banging the DC Live for about 20, 25 minutes. I can't find what's going wrong. The primary channels are still up, so I really can't find what's going wrong. I'd like to reboot the entire cluster, but no, Sarah won't allow that because the primary channels are up, and if I reboot the cluster, it'll go down for 10 minutes. Totally down, so that's not okay. And I'm kind of stressing here now. But at that point, Brent, our lead engineer, who was on call duty, he wakes up, sees there's slightly more notifications on his phone than he was expecting, because I put the cluster in maintenance mode, but there's going all sorts of alarms off anyway. So he wakes up and does the really, really smart thing, turns on the TV. And it's static, it's just black. So he's calling me, he's texting me actually, because he knows I'm in maintenance, and you don't call people in maintenance because they might be doing important stuff. Text me, is everything okay? I noticed the television is black. This is the point where I do start to panic a little, because these are the crown jewels. Turns out he's on a different provider. Later we found out that the main provider that we were watching in the control room actually had a backup plan. They had a separate path to the source for just primary channels. And we announced maintenance. When we announced the maintenance, they switched to the backup path. So they never noticed that we had an outage. But the other providers did. So about half the country will still be able to watch reruns of the 11 p.m. news, but the other half wasn't. A lesson learned, talk to your clients. If your service you're providing is really important to them, they're probably thinking about what to do when it's broken. It's very good to know if they have a backup path and what they're going to do when you have a maintenance. Now I know that we are in a bad place and it's dark. I'm going to reboot the switch anyway because we're down anyway. And I did probably the hardest thing I ever did. I know rebooting takes about 10 minutes. So I typed in the reboot command and went for a coffee. And as it happens, the coffee stand was right next to the control room, of course. So at a certain point, I started hearing they were monitoring our. They were also able to monitor the video monitoring application, and I started to know. Well, everything is working again. Brent called. Hey, I've got television again. Everything is fine. Whew. I apparently had 3/4 of an hour of total outage for national television, but we survived it. Which is a really important lesson. It's good to have someone to talk to during an instance. I had our service delivery manager with me, which was nice, but I couldn't discuss technical details with her. Having Brent on the phone really, really helped me. So next time I did nightly maintenance, I always made sure there was someone awake that I could talk to, either with me in the data center or a phone call away, just to be able to talk to each other. Good. So, a very lengthy change board meeting later. We want to try again, obviously, and we needed to try again because we needed to expand the cluster, and we needed to split it first. This was a really, really, really hard discussion to have, mainly with Sarah, because she didn't like us touching the production environment anymore. But at this point, my manager Bill, really went to bat for us. He defended us, said, "Well, this is exactly this outage proves why we need to split the cluster, because a single outage can take down the entire production. We really, 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 really need to do this." Which we did about a month later, and it worked without a hitch. And that leads me to one further lesson. Having a good manager that has your back, that is so incredibly worthwhile. Remember those people and try to work with good managers. If you have a bad manager, well, bad for you. I mean it. That's really bad for you. In conclusion, well, is there a root cause for this? Was this a human error? Hands up who thinks this all was human error? It might be, but it's not the error you think of. Actually, the error came because the entire system was rushed into production without full availability. When it was taken into production, we already knew, or at least Brent already knew, that the switch cluster was going to be a problem. But at that point, it couldn't be changed anymore because it had to go live. RFC 1925 Rule 1, it has to work. It has to go live. Just put it in production now. It's redundant enough. And that hurt us later. If we had taken another week or so to get a better, think about a better way to put it in production, we would have spared all these problems. And another thing, well, the rollback failed because there was a multicast bug. My monitoring system was telling me everything is green because unicast was working fine. Our service was multicast, and multicast was not working fine. That's going into the details. This is a personal lesson. Multicast is really, really complex, and even if the software works, then the hardware underneath might have some problems, and they have difficulty talking to each other, and then configuring all that, that's really, really, really difficult. So, to the lessons learned. I've already told them, so I'll just go by them really quickly. In an incident analysis, there are 3 ways to look at the lessons you learn, what went wrong, what went well, and where you're lucky. It's very easy to get stuck on what went wrong and describe all that, but you can learn from that, but you can also learn from things that went well and try to embed it in your process. And especially the things you were lucky, and I was lucky a lot, try to turn luck into predictability by preparing for it. So, I hope this was good for you. It was cathartic for me to be able to talk about this traumatic experience. I feel much better, relieved, so thank you very much for attending me.
Yeah, thank you for offloading that to us. That's very nice. All right, let's get Jelle actually up on stage to plug in the laptop, and then we can switch to Slido maybe for 1 or 2 questions. I saw one coming in at least. All right, let's have a look. What is according to you more? What is according to you more dangerous during maintenance windows at 2 a.m. Drinking a beer or being tired?
Actually, I've experienced with only one of them. I think
excellent answer. We are on live stream, so yeah.
Yeah, I think actually being tired is more and more dangerous. I have had a discussion. Can you drink beer while you're on call? And the general consensus is, well, don't do it. 1 is okay. My sister is a surgeon, and they had a rule. Surgeons are on call all the time.
I don't want to know where this story is going.
Yeah. They had a joking rule that says, in Dutch, 1 om te rijden, 2 om te snijden. 1 to drive, 2 to cut. She doesn't drink at all while on call, and I hope that this will still stay a joke.
I am so glad we discussed this. All right, next question. Jelle is set up, so that's wonderful. How do you ensure that lab environment and production are equal, or find out the differences?
Yeah, well, you cannot ensure that they're equal. They're not. They never are. Even if you have an excellent lab, it's never the same as your production environments, because you have less users in your lab. You should know the difference, and you should know your production environment intimately, which you do. Also, take the time to know your lab environment. Just regularly log into it, see what it does. One thing that's also very, very, very handy: try monitoring your lab environment. Have a separate monitoring stack for your lab environment, and try to replicate what you monitor in production in the lab. This will encourage you to grow your lab, add more devices, add more services, because you are monitoring them, and if you want to monitor them in production, you need to have them in the lab.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and thank you for those questions. Let's give it up for Robin one more time.
Thank you.
Now, Jelle. So it might seem obvious to some, but behind the Dutch railways, there is a vast network, a complex IT landscape that supports it, right? And in this talk, we will hear about how the Dutch railways has decided to do platform engineering on AWS from Jelle, who is an AWS cloud engineer at the NS, as we call it here. And you will go over the what, the why, the how of their platform engineering strategy, including a deep dive on the topic of account provisioning. On AWS as well. So when you're ever ready, please take it away.
All right.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Yes, so that was already my introduction. I'm Jelle Pellegrims. I work at NS as a cloud engineer at the platform engineering team, the AWS platform engineering team. So there is indeed a lot more IT behind NS than you might know. So of course, most of you know the NS app, the NS website. Most of you have also used the access gate that give you access to the train stations. Most of you have used the ticket vending machines, and most of you have probably seen the screens on the train platforms that tell you when the train arrives. And there's a lot more systems that you don't know about behind the screens that try to keep the trains running on time, mostly. So a lot of those systems, they run on the cloud. And not just one cloud, but multiple. At NS, we use both Azure, AWS, and the self-managed data center. So a lot of these IT systems, we have a lot of teams at NS that want to move to AWS or are already using AWS. And it is my team's responsibility to make sure that goes streamlined. So we want the experience for each team that's using AWS to be streamlined, starting from the initial migration up to the point of actual usage. We feel that teams shouldn't have to worry about things that are not essential to their product, not essential to the thing that they are building. We don't want them to have to think about networking, about identity and access management, about policy enforcement, about things like account provisioning. We don't want them to think about it. We want us to be able to take care of that so that they can just do their work. And you could call this platform engineering. Basically, what my team does is we build a landing zone where other teams can then land their product on, and we take care of all the rest. So in this talk, I will be focusing specifically on account provisioning. And what do I mean with account provisioning? I mean specifically the act of creating an account and then deploying those the resources in the account, like networking, identity and access management, policy enforcement, all those things that are not essential for product teams. So, yeah, why exactly do we even need account provisioning? As you might know, NS is quite a big company. You might say if you're using AWS, just use one AWS account and put all your projects in there. But of course, it only works if you're a startup, where there's maybe 1 or 2 people actually using AWS, and you can just share a password or something. At NS, we have quite a lot of teams, which each need at least one AWS account. So that means we need to have a process for creating accounts, which is the account provisioning. So, all right, we already know that we need multiple accounts. How will we organize those accounts? As I said previously, you could just have one account, and then you put all of your projects into that one AWS account. Another approach would be that you have one AWS account, and then inside of that AWS account, you place multiple IAM users. And each IAM user has its own login info, so you can kind of limit access to projects. So you can create an IAM policy that gives a certain IAM user only access to a certain project. So that's already a good start, I would say. Another approach that you could take is to just have one IAM user per developer. Like if you're just one team with a lot of developers using AWS, you could give each developer their own login info, their own IAM user, and then you can have fine-grained control to the projects using IAM policies. This is already a lot better approach, I think. Now, at NS, we have a lot of teams which all have their own things that they need. So the thing that we do at NS mostly is we give each team 3 accounts, one for each environment, development, staging, and production. And then we give developers access to those 3 accounts through AWS Single Sign-On, which is now IAM Identity Center. And that has worked out pretty well for us so far. But of course, the fact that each team will have at least 3 accounts, like you probably need 3 accounts per project, per team. That means there's lots of accounts. So how do we manage that? We need to be able to create those accounts. We need to be able to deploy resources like networking to those accounts. How will we do that precisely? Yes. So before I get into details, I want to talk about the account lifecycle, the AWS account lifecycle at NS. So the account lifecycle starts with a customer team. A customer team, is getting started on AWS. They want an account, so they send a request to our team. Our team receives this request on the API, and at that point, there is a system called account vending machine, also the AVM, that creates the account. A quick side note, at NS, we love abbreviations. NS itself is an abbreviation. So basically, all the systems that we build, lots of software projects and all those things, they all have abbreviations, also the teams. So if there are a lot of abbreviations in this presentation, I try to make all of them as clear as possible, but sometimes it's just, impossible. Anyway. So you have the account vending machine, it creates the account, and at that point, it also deploys resources like networking and that kind of stuff to the account. At that point, you have a provisioned account, and of course, you might have to roll out updates to these accounts. You might have to change the network, you might have to change some automation stuff. And we do that using CloudFormation stack sets. If you haven't heard of those, those allow you to update multiple accounts at once in an automated fashion, so you don't have to do each account at once. We also do policy enforcement, like we try to limit what each account specifically can do within AWS, and for that we use AWS Control Tower. So, all right, then we have a provisioned account, and once this account is no longer needed, once this account, doesn't need it anymore, then we have another system called account shredding machine, which removes the account. So that is the whole, account lifecycle, AWS account lifecycle at NS. So to summarize, we have the account creation, the provisioning, we have the account updating, and we have the removal of accounts. And this is done by 2 systems, the account vending machine and the account shredding machine. We have built those systems with AWS step functions, and that's basically just a state machine. And inside that state machine, we try to mostly use direct AWS API calls. And if we cannot do something like deploy a resource or whatever, with an API call, we try to use lambdas, because it makes it very easy to implement custom logic and whatever. So these systems are deployed using AWS CDK. It makes it very easy for us to maintain the system. There's very little maintenance. It's all quite easy. There is one thing that we don't really like about this specific implementation. That is the fact that if you want to change something about one of these 2 systems, if you want to add functionality, you have the problem that what I call the write deploy test loop, like you create some functionality, you deploy it, and then you test it. This loop takes quite a lot of time, because just deploying the resources to AWS already takes 10 to 15 minutes because of the type of resources that we deploy. And we can't really change that. It's just how it is. So this whole, write, deploy, test loop, it takes 30 minutes, and that's quite annoying. If you have to do that every time that the feature changes, or if maybe once you test it, it doesn't work, it's annoying. So that's still room for improvement there. Maybe topic of a next talk, but I'll leave that for the future. So yeah. So far we have covered the account vending machine, the account shredding machine, why we have those, and how they are built. How exactly do we make sure that this system works? You could say, okay, well, one option would be to just create accounts. Just create an account and see what happens. Does it work? Does it not work? And of course, that's the most logical idea. That's the best idea. But there is an issue, because once you do that on like a schedule every night, after a while you have a lot of accounts, and each of those accounts will have automatically some resources deployed into them. And that means that each of those accounts costs money. And of course, from the context of the company, that's not a lot of fun, even if it's just a few thousand euros. You might say, not that important, but if it's not needed, you don't want it. So then you might say, okay, why don't you just delete those accounts? It seems very obvious. Well, I thought so too, until I ran into the AWS account removal quota. And this quota basically means that you can only remove 10% of your accounts within a 30-day rolling window. And I had never heard of this quota before. I don't know, I assume most of you haven't either, because it seems to be a very rare thing to hit this. So we ran into this issue when we just tried to delete the accounts that we created to test the system. And I thought of one funny solution. So okay, if AWS says you can only remove 10% of your accounts within a 30-day rolling window, why don't we just create like 2,000 accounts? Then our limit is 200 accounts per month, and that would kind of fix our problem if you only create one account per day. But of course, you still have the issue that each of those 1,000 accounts would cost money. And it is very obvious that AWS doesn't want you to remove that many accounts for some reason, so we decided against it. Instead, we went with a lot more elegant approach, I think. Instead of constantly creating and then removing an account, we decided to just reuse the same account over and over. So we have the two systems, the account vending machine and the account shredding machine. The account shredding machine, it completely removes, first it empties the account and then it removes the account. So what we did is we changed the account shredding machine so that it can stop right before it performs the AWS close account API call. So then if we run the account shredding machine with the correct flag, it will stop before it deletes the account, and then we just have an empty account. We also changed the account vending machine itself so that it could get started with an empty account. Usually it gets started, it just creates a completely new account, but now we added a flag so that it could get started, deploy the resources into an existing empty account. So with those two changes to our systems, we now had a possibility to perform a dry run of our system. And we now run this dry run every 24 hours. So that we always know, we're always sure that our system works. At NS, we have the objective that we want to know, if a customer team sends us a request to create an account, we want to be able to service that request within the same business day. And if something goes wrong with the AVM, if you have to fix it, that might take anywhere up to a day, a week. You don't know how long it takes, and that's not optimal. So with this system, we receive an email if the dry run goes wrong. We run this thing in the middle of the night, so then we receive an email. And then we can fix it before a customer team sends a request, and we are able to reach our objective. And that was really fun to implement this, and also be able to service other teams in the time that we wanted it to. So, yeah, that is what I wanted to tell you here today. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to revisit the contents of this talk, I have written them down. You can reach them at this URL, or you can also scan the QR code. And thank you for listening.
Super, thank you, Jelle. We have some questions coming in. Now I'm going to check them before I just approve them. And there's another question about beer. Let me have a look. So maybe start with this one. Why did you decide to have AVM versus managing accounts through Terraform?
Yeah, that's a good question. To be honest, I don't think I personally didn't have any choice in it. We had our team basically adopted a system which already worked, and I think most of you know that if you have a system that works and it works on time, why would you change it to something else? So for us, it works. We don't really see a reason right now to use Terraform. If our system didn't work on time, if it didn't do what it had to do, then we might indeed consider using Terraform. But right now, we don't see the necessity itself. But Terraform is a nice technology, but right now it works fine. So.
Perfect. There's always these many "did you consider this" questions. This is a fun one, actually. What happens when you delete too many? An error or a fine?
What happens when you delete too many accounts? Oh, well, then it just stops working. Like you just receive an error when you use the closed account API call, and that's it, basically. And yeah, you don't really, nobody tells you that this happens. Like, you really have to search before you see this quota itself. I don't think you can even find it in the, there's this thing in AWS where you can see all the quotas. It's not in there, so it's quite hidden.
That's interesting. Are you keeping a pool of empty accounts at all time, and is that resized as well?
No, we just use the same account over and over. Because we just do this once a day, so we don't really need a pool of accounts. But if we wanted to test it more often, I guess that would be a good idea. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Did you find any other interesting rate limits on AWS APIs?
Rate limits? So far, no. I guess if we would speed up the system, that we test it more often, we might run into some other limits. But right now, the API, the account closure quota is the only one that we hit. Yeah.
All right, let's do one more question. It's so hard to choose between all of these favorites. How do you provide and govern access to deploy changes in production and deploy cloud services? Do you provide an IDP to product teams?
That's a complicated question. Deploy changes. How about, I have to think about it a bit, so if the person that wants to know, if you can come to me after the talk, I will oblige you and go into detail.
That's actually perfect. That's a perfect segue into our next item on the agenda, because we're going to break for a break. That's what we're going to do, so that you can recharge a little bit. And on the topic of recharging, one of our sponsors supplied recharge stations, so you can, charge your devices. They're very pink, so you can definitely find them. And I'll see you after the break, back at 11, please.
Testing, testing. Nog niet. Hey. And we're back. All right. We're back. Next up is David. He's a senior engineering and software director, I think.
Maybe.
Maybe. He works at Philips. Everyone who's from Eindhoven and is from the Netherlands knows Philips, one of our biggest companies, and he's going to talk about inner sourcing.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone. Goedemorgen, good morning, buenos dias. Back in 2018, three events happened in my life. I came to the Netherlands with my family. That's probably the biggest impact. I joined Philips, and I created my GitHub account. I had to admit that those days I was working, very closely. Collaboration was not like a big thing for me. Over the last 5 years, I have to say that today, everything I do in Philips is in a source and available to everyone in the company. And this is the story I'm going to tell you today. Let's move on. Hey, we are in Eindhoven. Typically when we do these talks, we have to explain a little bit. Philips is not a consumer anymore, but hopefully you know that now we are fully focused healthcare technology provider. We provide meaningful innovation to improve people's lives. And more importantly, we are becoming quite a software company. Our target internal developer community is more than 7,000 people, so our team is helping all those in the way that they create software on a daily basis. What is inner source? Let's start from that. So inner source is lately quite popular, so maybe most of you know, maybe some of you know at least. But essentially it's to create an open source community within your enterprise and follow the same ways of working and principles. You want to create collaboration, you will have maintainer teams, you will have contributing teams, you want to have contributing guidelines for people. Essentially it's to create your community within the company. And this logo here, and for those of you who are interested in getting more details, it will drive you to the Inner Source Commons organization, which is a set of people, set of companies that they are passionate about this. We share ideas, we exchange knowledge, we arrange conferences. So I really recommend that you go there and take a look, and there's a lot of learning paths there to be taken. So why Inner Source? And this DevOps conference, so all of you probably know the DORA reports. I'm, been chasing those things from since 2016, so they started. One of the recurring themes is that research is showing that successful organizations, they have some way to build upon the work of others, right? And in the recent report that it was very, recently released, we can read this. Generative cultures improve business performance by 30%. So what is a generative culture? This paper from Professor Westrum from Michigan University is explaining that essentially there are 3 types of cultures, and they are heavily influenced by the way that information flows in the company. There is a type of companies where it's called a pathological, so very personal driven. So leaders' personalities like driving everything into one direction, sometimes with a lot of politics and struggles. There are bureaucratic companies where department is the king, and standards and processes are the way to really drive information. In some of those cases, companies struggle to drive or to operate under a crisis, for example, because there has to be like a channel predetermined. And generative cultures are based on purpose. So they are aiming that the right information goes to the right person at the right moment in the right place. And those generative cultures tend to influence or create a sphere of creativity. They have satisfaction, they have cooperation between people. And those terms are really, really well aligned to the inner source principles that I was describing, and of course with open source principles as well. Precedents. Philips has been working on some kinds of collaboration models and reuse for quite some time. So we had both the global initiatives that were trying to create a portal where people could go and share stuff with others. We had also local initiatives where platform teams, they were trying to improve the way that they could collaborate with different business units in the company. And some of those took some lessons learned that we could use to improve some of the things that we are doing. But one of the common challenges that we found is that those initiatives were trying to add like some kind of layer on top of existing complexity. And that complexity was related with tools, with processes, with ways of working and culture. So in some cases, you were trying to connect two teams, very different, using totally different systems, source code management, and it was really, really difficult to collaborate. So those precedents, that story helped us to frame a new initiative that we have been running over the last 3 years. So we're calling that How to Succeed, hopefully, I could say. So first of all is that from that experience, having one ecosystem where people really can get together and share basic fundamentals on the tooling and the ways of working is essential. Right? You cannot collaborate unless you have like a foundational common layer, a common language that you can use. Number two is that Philips is working mostly on medical grade software. So that means that we have a lot of regulations in place that we have to comply with. So you always have to find a way that you allow collaboration while having this compliance in place. And luckily enough, a lot of the inner source and open source principles are based on this relationship between a set of maintainers and a set of contributors that they contribute. So we could use things like branch protection, for example, in order to ensure that you can have like a low friction compliance model to accept contributions from other teams without having to train them like for a few days in the particular domain that you are working for. Self-service first. That was another of the pillars or fundamental areas that we are using in our day-to-day. So we want to empower people, for people to do their job and to go into a more continuous value delivery eventually. So we don't want people to file tickets here and there to get things down, because that's creating a pattern that people have to wait, and that wait creates more work in progress and essentially is like a waste in your productivity. Last but definitely not least, community. Community has to be at the core of this. So you have to find ways that your people really get together and they don't use inner source as a kind of a hobby in the evenings. So inner source has to be a fundamental principle that they follow. And if you're a platform team, for example, working for others, you have to think how you can coach and teach and help your community. If you are a business team consuming from others, you also have to be ready to contribute when there is something very particular for you that maybe the platform team doesn't have in the roadmap in the short term. So those 4 pillars are helping us to move forward this at scale in a company, as I said, with more than 7,000 developers. Let's take a look a little bit on the story or the timeline over the last years. As many things in big companies, I have to say that this started because, few brave people with the right passion, with the right motivation, right skills, and maybe right problem to solve, they got together. And in this case, it was at the core of a team called Software Concepts within the Philips Research organization, that they were having their own struggles with fragmentation, many small projects, need to collaborate between teams, collaborate with external partners. So they decided to bring a new system that those days were, these days as well, it was GitHub Cloud. So that was also a kind of a revolution for us, because most of the systems were mostly on-prem in our own facilities. So it was a big change. And that change really was the seed that helped us to be here today and talking. And as I said, it's because few people with the right thing in their minds and the right problem to solve, they took some of the right steps. 2021, it was, what we're calling general availability. So the pilot was very successful. It was even exposed outside the boundaries of the regional scope. And our innovation strategy department and our IT department, they said, hey, this looks great. We have a problem that we want to solve, which is fragmentation and collaboration between teams. Let's use this for the whole company. So 2021, it was the year where we started to really focus on how we can scale this, getting everything in place that we can really use it by a big community. We use a lot, as I said before, self-service. We arrange issue operations, for example, to onboard new users. So if you wanted to join the ecosystem, you don't need to create a ticket and, as I said, wait hours or days to get it solved. You can go there, self-invite you, or you can invite a colleague. And that creates a very nice environment where you are at the coffee corner, you're talking and say, hey, by the way, have you learned about this? And then you can immediately join and be part of the community and access code from many colleagues. That was really one of the drivers of this scale. Our compliance bot is, again, another way to solve particular problems in a different manner. So compliance used to be solved with written documentation and gatekeepers, right, and manual approvals. With this bot, we work really on runtime checks. So when you are doing something, you get one of our bots that is scanning our archive and filing issues against certain rules, for example. And a rule could be, you need to have a README in your repository, or you need to claim a repository for a particular business unit of Philips. And those rules that are codified, they are implemented or they are checked by our bot and filing issues for you to take actions. But again, it's always non-blocking. So we're trying not to block people so they can really continue innovate. Because essentially when you create a repository, most of the times at the beginning is blank. You don't know exactly what's going to be there. So you have to have always like a runtime check. Community Fabric is essential. So we have a lot of tools, like definitely GitHub, but we also have Microsoft Yammer, Microsoft Teams, we have the Slack, many options that we're trying to connect people, but none of them, it was really tailored to capture knowledge that was happening in the day-to-day. So from that perspective, we also wanted to have a system that you can codify small pieces of knowledge to reuse it as a question and answer database. So for that, we started at the same time a pilot with Stack Overflow for Teams, and that became our community fabric that is connecting people and on top of the rest of the system, for example, like GitHub SaaS, as I mentioned. Things kept growing, and from those few hundred users that we had at the beginning, we grew up until to 4,500 in 2022. So, things were getting relatively big. So we have tens of thousands of repositories. We have more than 3,000 weekly pull request merge, and that was a sense of everything was going like in the right direction. We were growing both in activity and in contribution, right? And this is one of the areas that we also have to keep in mind. How do we see where we are? But I will talk about that later, so I don't want to spoil it now. Third thing is that at the same time that we were creating this collaboration environment, we also took the opportunity to offer extra services like platform engineering services to people. As one of the key services that we were offering is our cloud scalable runners, GitHub runners. Essentially, if you have a repository in our environment, you can register as a self-service and for free and get cloud runners to solve or to automate your workflows. And those runners are ephemeral. They are created and destroyed over the time. And from your perspective is pure one click. So you don't really have to care about anything. So what we've seen over this journey is that with this model of mixing services and community, you get a kind of attraction for two types of audience. People that are really trying to collaborate further and people that are trying to modernize their own tool set. And this is working quite good for us. 2023, so where we are right now. So next step on the evolution path. In this case, now we have what we're calling a true development environment. So we are offering a catalog of services. You have things like mission critical, like of course GitHub, but we also have the GitHub runners that we offer to everyone. We have artifact management, and you also have some kind of extra value add services. In our case, for example, another tool that we introduced recently to all our developers is SonarQube Enterprise. And SonarQube has been there for quite a while. So many teams in Philips have been even using it. The difference here is that we have introduced it as a self-service again. So if you have a repository in GitHub, you can easily hook up your SonarQube project with one click and get it done. Theory seems fine. Let's take a look to some of the day-to-day examples. As I said, we are self-service joining to the community. So if I want to join the community, let's say I'm new in Philips, I will go to one of our platforms and I will request, and it will immediately get an account connected to my Philips credentials. One of the bots that we have behind the scenes, which is essentially an event pipeline that is scanning what is happening in GitHub, it will file a GitHub issue for me, giving me some references, some training, and even some tasks that I should perform to complete my onboarding. For example, we have a software compliance training that we want people to do to explain them things like security or a regulation, how it works. So those things will get assigned to you automatically in this GitHub issue. Developer portal, few words. if in our case, we needed a way to funnel everything to the people, to be like a main window for them. So in our case, we use Backstage-based developer portal, where you have multiple features, 150 plugins. But in our case, three of the big features from these Backstage-based portals are that you can catalog easily software assets for a local, for a global organization. You can have technical documentation, so moving from your Markdown into a published static website that you can access for the rest of people, so you get your technical documentation close to your code. And you also have smart templates or scaffolders. So essentially, you can create a project following few steps, or you can modify an existing project, for example, to add new things, like, for example, new steps on your pipeline. The rest of the examples will be snapshots of our developer portal. This one, for example, is helping you how to create a new project. I fill some settings, and then I can create a new project my main branch, get the runners, and everything is behind the scenes created for me. The next one is our Actions Marketplace. I want to enhance my pipeline. I can go to a particular place in the portal and learn what others are doing and pick some of those building blocks and enhance my pipeline by adding new things. We can also publish, of course, my content. Let's say my project now is ready, so I'm satisfied with my test automation, documentation, contributing guidelines, my community guide. So I can publish easily through the portal again. This will open a pull request to my code base with the required metadata that I can really post and publish my component in the portal. So we differentiate things and we can make it discoverable. And definitely, last but not least, we can add external partners. Let's say teams are working with a university, with a research institute, with a contractor, and they need to give access to a particular project. We have a built-in mechanism where you can add users to a particular repository following a pull request standard workflow with everything secured. Last thing that we offer a lot, as I said, is our Stack Overflow community. You can link particular tags to a particular services, either global or local, and then you can, in one page, see, for example, whether the last questions on Stack Overflow for SonarQube in this particular example, I can ask a new question if needed. So everything, the whole ecosystem is interconnected. Everything didn't went well, of course. So some things are always challenging. Migrations, we put a lot of energy, documentation, teams, external support. Migration eventually is complex, and every team working on something complex, they need their time, they need to take the lead. So one of the things that we learn in this is that you cannot push people. You have to support people, and you have to explain what are the benefits, and they will take the lead, and then you can support them. You cannot really push. They have to pull from you. That was like a hard learning. We spent a lot of time that maybe now, with some perspective, I could do it differently. And processes go along. So the teams, they have to evolve their tooling, their process, and their culture, and everything goes together, which is indeed the next slide. So culture has to go along. So if you define an ecosystem like what we are doing, it has to be consistent with the culture you want. You want a culture of autonomy, collaboration, and self-service. You have to set up your system in the same way, right? Otherwise, people get confused, like saying, okay, you are telling these magic things, but then I go to the system and I have to file a ticket to get approvals from IT, right? That doesn't work. So you need to be consistent between your culture and what you are deploying. KPIs and metrics. I'm very fan of metrics, sometimes too much. And at the beginning, I was like obsessed with the amount of information we could get with these open environments. Stay away from KPIs as much as you can. They influence behavior too much. And be also realistic with the KPI, with the metrics that you take. It's good that you can observe your system, but don't get obsessed with it. So try to find the right spot. That could also be my advice. Recurrent battles, they pop up again. Every item that you think has been discussed, agreed with the right people, eventually will be reopened again, and all of a sudden you will be again in a room talking about the same topic you talked like 3 months ago. But be patient, keep pushing in the right direction. In the moment that you hold back, things move on again, and then you do steps back. how do you prioritize your backlog? So we have like a tremendous amount of feedback from people. I want to do this, I want to do that, I would like to do this, I would like to do that. So our advice would be definitely focus on things that are actionable. So if you get some feedback that you can really do, even in that particular moment, just do it. Number two is use a lot of pull. So when people want something, if they pull from it and they are able to contribute and co-create with you, that means that it's important for them. That means that the probability of that to be valuable is much, much bigger. So I would recommend to use that pool and ask for contribution. People, we've seen that, so even at the first time they get confused. Can I do this myself? Of course you can, that's the model. And get some metrics on what's happening, what's working and what is not working. That's also would be my advice. Understand what's going on. Achievements. Last year, we made a kind of a nice stop and go with GitHub, and we co-created some case study on the transformation that we were doing at Philips. And it was a good moment to also reflect and see some of the things that were really nice. Like, for example, 85% of the repositories we have in the ecosystem, they are really shared with the rest of Philips developers. That's a nice achievement. 15%, of course, they have reasons to keep it closed. And we are saving a lot of infrastructure cost with ephemeral cloud runners that we create and destroy instead of having like static virtual machines waiting for the jobs to be run. So that's really a very nice achievement, also well perceived by our own management, of course. And in our survey, we saw that 70% of the people, and we got like more than 400 responses in that particular survey. We were really proud of the reaction. They said, my productivity and my satisfaction has been increased with this change compared with my legacy system. That was also, of course, encouraging and a reason why we can continue. Open source, Philips is doing some open source. In particular, this project, which is the Terraform module behind our scalable runners, has got very good traction from other companies. And we got contributions from other companies to support new architectures, to support, for example, Windows runners, or even to support GitHub Enterprise Server. Our solution is in cloud. So those contributions are now part of the project, of the product. And then we want to go in that model more and more. So we would like to be perceived and be part of a community more and more. Next steps. We are exploring our team, software excellence at Philips. We are responsible also to see what's going on and to learn and to bring things to the company. Right now we have open proof of concepts or evaluations of things like GitHub Copilot. We also have code spaces as one of the things that we want to take a look. For those of you that are not familiar with code spaces is a cloud IDE. So in our view, it might solve a particular challenge our teams have, which is to keep developer environments up to date. Take into account we are doing medical software, so everything is very controlled. So for some of the teams, it's difficult to update even versions of some particular tools. So they may get stuck in older versions, and that creates all kinds of issues, of course, as you know, like missing features, but more importantly, maybe missing security patches and other things. So how to solve that problem and help our business units to keep a modern tool environment up to date is one of the problems that we would like to help to solve. And another aspect that is being really active right now is our premium runners. So as I said, the runners is like an essential part of the day-to-day of a lot of our people. You saw 30,000 jobs a day. Now what we see is that some of those businesses, they have particular needs. They want maybe to customize the hardware. Maybe they need a bigger CPU. They need a GPU. They want to customize software. They want to have some pre-installed dependencies that maybe will speed up builds. So how to find the right model that we can work with them, help them to co-create that solution while us not becoming a bottleneck, because we are a small team and we won't grow to support those things. We have to be enablers for them to do it. That's what we are calling a premium service. It's a way that we work with someone, we help them to create something better, contribute it back to the community, and use it. And on the portal, we are doing exactly the same thing, using the developer portal, the automation based on Backstage, to help local teams to improve their day-to-day and their ways of working. As an example, we made a hackathon recently and helped a lot of teams to build like small things to improve the day-to-day. So with that, I want to say thank you for listening. I hope you can take something back from my journey since that first account in 2018 until today that I could explain in a source at scale in Philips. And yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy to listen to your questions.
Thank you so much, David. We've got time for a couple of questions. Cultures of startups are often generative. As the company grows, more and more is put in processes. How would you prevent becoming a bureaucratic culture?
I can share with you the experience of acquisitions in Philips. You know, we acquire companies, of course. Lately, not so much, but in the past, more. And for them, that's part of the journey, how to turn into the model where you are part of the enterprise while still keeping some of your DNA and that culture that we see and we want on startups. And I don't have a good solution and a good answer. What I see is that you need to find your allies that will help you in this mindset. So, and some leadership support is always needed. You need some kind of a sponsor who is understanding your language and not only understanding processes. But from what I've seen in the last 5 years in Philips, you know, is quite a process-driven company. I could say that be resilient, keep trying, things can change, but it takes, of course, time, effort, and some cries from time to time.
All right, we have time for one more. A lot of companies have concerns to use generative AI, copilots, etc. Because of data privacy. How about that? Is that a concern for Philips? Is Philips okay with this?
Our concern is generative AI is here. That's evident. We had a talk about that this morning. So our value proposition that we want to really test is if those things can help productivity without compromising code quality in the long term by adding you technical depth. And that's our biggest concern. So things like data privacy, security, we have our own proven channels to confirm that those things are suitable for a company. But as a software excellence team, that's the team that I represent, our biggest concern is that how we help people in this journey, because it's like a big thing for people, in particular people that maybe has less experience probably, and we want to be able to help them by trying ourselves and also provide guidelines, what may work, what definitely wouldn't work, at least not now. So that's what is important for us.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, before we have our next two speakers, we have a couple of messages from our sponsors. Can I have Contrast Security on stage?
Hello and welcome everyone. So, as you might know, we're the beer sponsor for today. And hey! That's it. No, just kidding. So a lot of things in security are about automation, and I think many of you are familiar with false positives. Whenever the security team did a security scans running for ages. That's actually the problem that we solved. We have a Java agent, for example, to put in your software and find vulnerabilities that way. So go to our booth to learn more about it. We have a nice little Lego. We have another one tomorrow. And hope to see you later today and tonight with the drinks. Thank you.
All right, next up is Jumbo.
Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. As you can see by this bright yellow sweater, I am indeed from Jumbo. And we're not a tech company. We are a grocery chain, but we do tech. And I think we do tech really well. We are also very ambitious. So we have the ambition to become or deliver a fast, scalable online platform in service to our customer, because that's what it's about at Jumbo. And I would like to invite you all to our booth to come play a little game and win a tasty prize if you're lucky.
The next one is Segeka. There you go. I thought I saw you somewhere.
Yeah, of course we are. Good morning to everyone. We didn't sponsor beer, but we did bring donuts, so please come by and grab one if you want it. We're from Sigeka. We are not a new kid on the block, though some people might not know us yet, but we've been here for over 30 years, grown, born, and bred in Belgium in a small company, but now over 9,000 people working together to support infrastructure, cloud, security, almost everything to take care of our enterprises, which are mostly our customers, and who want to focus on their core business, and we like to help them enable that by providing their IT. And we are here as a sponsor because we believe that together we can grow. One of our mottos is to aspire to more. It's for our personnel, for our people, but also for our customers, so that together we can actually inspire to keep growing, to keep learning, and that's why we're here as a sponsor, because we want people to keep learning. So have fun and learn a lot.
All right, and finally there's someone from Involve here as well. Okay, yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Roel. I'm from Involve. At Involve, we build serverless platforms on Azure as a long-time Azure partner, and we've been doing that for many years, so we're pretty darn good at it, I think. And of course, when you build serverless platforms, there is also a need for applications to run on it. So what we also do as a specialty is to transform monolithic applications to serverless. So if you guys think you can challenge one of our top involvers on topics like Kubernetes or .NET or CI/CD or Zero Trust Security, just stop by at our booth, do our knowledge quiz, and maybe you'll win one of our mini beamers. Thank you, guys. Enjoy.
All right, and maybe one more round of applause for all of our sponsors. Before we move on with the program, we've been notified that there had been a mistake. We actually have a gender-neutral toilet available when you go out of this room and you see the green moss wall. To the left, there is a series of different toilets, but also a gender-neutral toilet now. So thank you for the person reporting that, and again, we're sorry. All right, so on with our program. We have Pani and Tom joining us on stage to tell us about a transformative journey that you've been on at ASML, which is one of the biggest and most well-known companies in the Netherlands, I think. So Pani is a DevOps transformation consultant with over 19 years of experience. I feel you, we're all old here. Also a certified trainer from Microsoft, DevOps Institute, and Scrum.org. And Tom is a DevOps and competency lead at ASML IT. So thank you so much for joining us, and I'm very curious about your story. You're looking curiously at the slide, but it's on, so
it is. Perfect. Thank you.
Please give them a round of applause.
Yes, thank you.
Have you ever witnessed a child seeing fireworks for the first time? I mean, I saw my 2-year-old experience it, and the view is spectacle. I mean, the bright colors, the roaring sounds, it's spectacular. It's overwhelming, for sure, but also awe-inspiring. And that's precisely how I felt when I walked out of ASML Experience Center almost 2 years back. In fact, first time I saw an ASML machine was in the reception in the headquarters, building number 7. In the reception, you see this machine, which was designed almost like 3 decades ago. But to me, it looked like something that has come just out of future. In ASML, there is something called an experience center. So for visitors and for curious new employees, they give you a tour to explain how the complex yet beautiful engineering work behind that goes into these ASML machines. Almost 2 years back when I started, so I had an opportunity to go there. And what you see there is like really questions the innovation, the human innovation and the leaves you with an awe-inspiring thing. What you see here is called a EUV machine. EUV stands for extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. And for people who are not familiar with these machines, basically you can consider them as printers. But instead of printing papers, they basically print the circuits which you use in your day-to-day laptops, mobile phones, and things like that. And the interesting thing is they print those circuits up to 15 nanometers. So just for reference, a human hair is approximately 50,000 to 80,000 nanometers. And these machines make circuits of less than 15 nanometers. Without going into too much technical details, because this is also relevant for the rest of my story, a EUV machine basically creates or prints those circuits by using low wavelength, extreme low wavelength ultraviolet rays, which is sort of then used to make those circuits on the silicon wafers. And the way they generate this ultraviolet rays is also extremely incredible. I mean, they shoot the tin droplets, and they shoot with those tin droplets twice in a really quick succession, which generates the extreme ultraviolet rays, which they capture to create those circuit boards. So this is what you also see in an experience center. If you get an opportunity to be a visitor to see in an experience center, so they explain much better than, or much more in detail than what I'm telling you. But what it left me when I walked out is I already sort of knew for a machine of this complex nature, there must be like a very intricate dance of software, systems, processes, data. Like Mark Anderson said, software is eating the world, and that is true in this case too. So I already knew that within ASML, the IT landscape is not going to be just vast, but it's going to be huge and complex. And when I started taking a deep dive into my role, large and complex turned out to be like understatements. But what they say, with great complexity comes great opportunities. And during the course of last 2 years in our DevOps journey, we have encountered a lot of challenges, of course, but also learned a lot of lessons. And that's what we intend to share with you for next 20 minutes or so. And whenever I say we are ASML, I'm referring to ASML IT. And for this talk, for sake of simplicity, ASML is a large organization. So to keep things simple, ASML as you could consider into 3 broad buckets or 3 pillars. Something factory, which manufactures those machines, D&E, design and engineering, and our story and our experiences come from the IT side of ASML. My name is Pani Bhushan. Floor already mentioned, I work as a principal consultant at Devon, together with my colleague Tom.
I'm Tom Slenders, and I work actually at ASML as a DevOps specialist, trying to help team adopt several DevOps practices, basically where they are valuable for them. And so Pani already talked a little bit about the journey that we embarked on roughly about 2 years ago. But I actually want to go a little bit further back, because Agile was already there for a little bit longer. And about 4 years ago, ASML embarked on a bigger Agile transformation. So there was a bigger thing happening really within the company. And it's important to know what was happening there, basically, because we were talking about a couple of thousand people that eventually changed into about 50 or so Agile release trains. So that's a lot of people going to work in a different way. And we already see some of the benefits from that. They're working more closely to the business. They actually start to understand better what is happening there. So that's really some nice results already. And there's many things still going on in this journey. So we're now currently looking at how are all these people working together, that network, how are they working, and can we actually improve that? Because we sometimes see that things are getting stuck. But about 2 years ago, we really started to focus on DevOps specifically. What can we use from that? What is valuable for the rest of the company? And so what we thought is, let's leverage what is already there. There's already many people helping with adopting agile practices, and we can use those people that are already in the company to help them adopt DevOps where it's relevant. So we're thinking of really a pull approach, get us in when there's relevant expertise that is necessary. Because that way we can really build on the momentum. There's people are already changing, they're already doing cool new things, so can we leverage that? Because DevOps can really bring that further along. And so we really tried that pull approach initially, because initially was a push approach from the whole organization. Can we try a pull, really people draw in where it's really necessary?
And like, so as Tam mentioned, so the agile was more of a top-down, you have to change it, and hence that resulted in almost the whole IT organization converted into 15 agile release trains with different teams. What we also realized is, so since that momentum already exists now, why not we capture that and really use that momentum to introduce DevOps principles and practices to these arts. So what we did, obviously, one thing that we noticed is everyone in the organization had a different opinion of what DevOps is. So probably some of you might recognize this, like 6 blind people and an elephant. So you ask 10 people and you get 15 different opinions of what DevOps was, and we wanted to sort of start from there. So if you ask, okay, what is DevOps? Yeah, it could be platform tools or CI/CD pipelines, etc., etc. So we wanted to define our elephant for ASML. And what we said is, okay, so for us, within ASML, what DevOps means to us is this. So we, of course, I'm not going to go in detail, but we created a lot of knowledge base, and each of this is like a clickable tile. People can go inside it, they can understand what it is, why is it, and some practices, tools that they can use around it, so on and so forth. And in our wishful thinking, we thought, okay, so perfect, we have all these things in place, already arts are in place, people are now already working in agile way of working, so they would be excited, they will just grab onto it and fetch some agile coaches or DevOps coaches to help them to gain more maturity. And then we thought, okay, so we, as Tom mentioned, we sort of looked at a pull-based pattern. In a nutshell, it's all about if a art leadership, agile release train leadership, we call them LC, leading coalition within ASML. So when they get excited, hey, so this, we want to gain benefit from these DevOps principles and practices, they would basically approach a DevOps coach, and together with the coach, we help them understand, okay, so what exactly is a DevOps and why do we need it, and most importantly, try to align their business objectives with kind of competencies or practices that could start focusing first. And then we do a little bit of education, like all Scrum Masters and product owners within the art, and then do a value stream mapping so that we identify, okay, what are the right areas that we can start focusing on, map them with some, hook up them with some competencies so that there is shared learning, so on and so forth. So we thought, hey, this is going to work seamlessly, but oh boy, we couldn't be wrong anymore. We expected that people are going to pull because now they have knowledge and people to help, but we quickly realized change is quite hard. And by the way, when I showed this picture to some of my colleagues, they really couldn't connect it. So this is from like a robot store, which is meant for cleaning floors, but people are still doing the thing what they were doing earlier, which is a little bit irony. And that's exactly what we also noticed in ASML, that we said, people, there was like, we realized, why are not people jumping and with excitement? Then, well, a lot of reasons. One of them is change fatigue. These people went through like a really large change for the last 4 years, which was like pushed to them. So now they were like, okay, you know what? Maybe that's a bit too much for now to, again, look into something new. And also, what we realized is people always sort of choose easy path. If someone else is doing my releases, why should I look into it? If someone is doing testing, if someone is doing monitoring, let me do what I'm already doing it. So And that's what triggered us to sort of pivot our approach, and we actually pivoted to sort of a push-pull approach.
So one of the things we then realized really is that if you go full pull, people can really just pull in when you're necessary. You'll never be necessary, really. People don't know at least that you're really necessary. But going for a push approach, really forcing it top-down again, was also not really an option. So we had to balance the two. And that was really where we were trying to figure out what works for our context. And this will be different for everyone, but I want to quickly share at least what we are now doing, basically. So we ended up with some kind of a combined approach. First things that we're doing is really having an awareness training. People don't know what they're missing in a lot of cases, so you need to first make sure that they understand what they're missing. And we're targeting middle management basically with these kind of things, because that most of the people on the floor, they actually know about this already. But if middle management doesn't really can connect it, what are my business benefits really? What does it bring me? It's not relevant for them. So we use a push approach for that. And one of the things we really try to do is make them understand what the value is for them and really create hooks to pull in relevant expertise. So, for example, one thing we typically do is really say, hey, what kind of problems do you have? Do you want to have a coffee? And everybody really likes coffee, so that works quite well. And another thing that we do, at the end of this training, we give everyone a book, The Phoenix Project. So it's a pretty well-known book. Many people probably know about it. It's a lovely book, but a lot of people actually didn't read it. And so there was this one person, after the training, 2 weeks later, he came back to me and he said, Tom, I just went on holiday and I read the book. This was the best book I've ever read. This is exactly the problems we're having. How can we start solving this? How can we start adopting these things? And it worked brilliantly. And so now, then you have that conversation and we can really start working on these problems. But we had to push it a little bit first. And so then what we basically do is similar to what we did before. So we try to set some goals and really try to connect this to the business, because if you want to do bigger changes, bigger things, they need to understand what it eventually brings them. But you do need to collaborate with the teams as well, because they eventually need to do these things. So you do need to work with them as well. So how do these bigger goals connect to the things on the work floor? But then also create that first success and celebrate it with each other. You will get some nice results, and then if you celebrate them, you prove to the rest of the company that it's valuable. And so what we do is basically we have a pull approach for this step for the early adopters. That guy that we gave the Phoenix Project and was super happy about it, he's willing to do this. But some people are a little bit more hesitant. So we first prove it with that first person, and then we move on to the others. And eventually what is important, though, is to really embed this in their way of working, because DevOps is just one of the many things you can improve upon. So they need to know how to improve further, but they already have their improvement cycles in place, so can we really embed that in there so they think about it when it's relevant?
And what we also focused is how do we nurture the continuous improvements. As we mentioned, we already went through an agile transformation. There are a lot of events that were already in place. However, in order to continuously nurture improvements also to on DevOps principles and the mindset, what we also did was to actually empower existing roles. When I mean existing roles, it could be like system architects, it could be agile coaches, it could be scrum masters, it could be product owners. So we also sort of designed specific targeted materials. For example, for agile coaches who are already attached to each release train, we actually empowered them with making them understand what is it, why is it, how about it, and also equipped with some tools where some workshops or some games that they can facilitate, they can create that curiosity in their arts and their departments. And that worked out quite well. And another thing that really worked for us is actually showcasing success stories. So we have something called a super demo. That's an event where all the teams within IT, they come together and they share their successes, and we actively sort of tickle or nudge or push, whatever, the teams to actually share their success stories. And one of the things that recently that I remember is a team shared their story about DevOps addiction, how they made a lot of things possible, and that already created a lot of curiosity and, oh, wait a minute, okay, if you guys are doing it, let's also think about it. So that sort of created that ripple effect that we were hoping. And so success stories, empowering teams, and also actively sharing those, the knowledge bases that we created. And we also did a couple more things.
And so the last thing that we want to highlight, at least, is really cultivating collaboration and ownership. So what we saw within the organization in several places, there's friction between different parts within the organization. There's all kinds of things that are not working perfectly well together. And if there's a lot of friction within the organization, the whole thing comes to a grinding halt. But quite often is that there's some kind of collaboration that is what can help overcome that friction. How should people work together with each other? And so we try to focus on that. And so one of the things we're doing is we have certain workshops where we talk about ownership, but also how do we collaborate. So we talk about, hey, who's taking ownership of what? So we bring several parties together. They are at least struggling with who should do what. And we bring them together to figure out, okay, who should own what kind of thing. But also, very importantly, what is sharedly owned? Where do we take shared ownership of? And how are we going to collaborate on those things where we should collaborate on? Because making that very explicit helps the people think about, okay, this is something I really should do myself. I'll probably be able to find these people, but these are actually things that we should work on together. And so what we also then do is strengthen communities. You need your communities for that collaboration to work. And so an example of that actually is we have an Agile release train that is focusing on robotics. So they do a very cool thing with robotics as a technology, and they're offering a platform for that. So they have a platform for the rest of the organization, great. But one of the things that was happening is that people need the relevant expertise to work on that. So if you need that expertise to work on that, they try to keep it close, but then the rest of the organization is not using that platform anymore. So what we actually did is try to move people to the rest of the organization, and we use communities to then build on the trust with each other. You need the community to bring these people together. They can share best practices. How are you doing things? And that works for them because then they're thinking about working together in the right moments instead of really thinking about, okay, I don't trust them. So these communities can really help you build trust within the organization where it's useful. So, to recap, these are things that we learned at least over the past 2 years. Really balance that pull and push. It's important for your organization to balance the two. You can go either direction, but typically you probably want to balance the two and end up a little bit in the middle. But do ensure a common understanding of DevOps, because if you're going really for a pull approach and people don't understand what it is, or they only think of a little piece of the elephant, they probably will not be able to do a proper pull. But then also really create those hooks to pull in the relevant expertise. Give them a book, for example. Can really work. Nurture that continuous improvement. So you want to organize for that. Make sure that the right roles are already in place. But if you have them in place, empower them. DevOps is just one of the things that can help them. So make sure that they know about it, and then they can make sure that it ends up in the rest of the organization. And then share your success stories also. Really make them widely known because they can inspire others. And then lastly, collaboration and ownership. Remove these organizational frictions. Try to remove them. And one way of doing that is really strengthening communities because they can really help you in doing that properly. So for us, this has been an interesting journey, and our journey will continue. It's been a very bumpy road, if I'm being honest, because we're leaving out some of the major bumps that we encountered, really. And we'll have several bumps ahead of us also still. I think that's a lot of fun, so I like doing that. But I hope at least sharing our experiences here today helped to inspire you a little bit in overcoming some of the bumps you might encounter on your journey. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for a very honest story. I don't see any questions coming in. Yeah, this is not actually true. Someone else is controlling all of the buttons. All right, so, which one do we want to go with first? Does DevOps and Agile work well in a company the size of ASML, or are there growing pains you can't get rid of adopting DevOps and Agile practices? What are the sticky problems?
So, irrespective of whether Agile or DevOps, the same conversations probably you experience of a company of the size of ASML, like things about budgeting. How do you deal with vendors, the tooling landscape, priorities, and also the just alignment between business and IT, how close or far away are these? So these are sort of sticky problems, or these are the challenges that we sort of see. And like Tom mentioned earlier, we are addressing one of the primary focus area for now is also the whole concept of network redesign, which is about how do you move people around, break those little islands, and bring business and IT closer. So those are the things that we are still busy with.
They simply take a long time in a bigger organization. But then again, they do have a bigger impact also.
Excellent, thank you. And you thought you could trick people in not telling about some of the major bumps, but then they just ask you in the Q&A. So maybe there's one story that comes to mind that you can still share with the audience. Check in with each other. What do you want?
I think one of the things we underestimated is also the diverse technology landscape that is there, which really brings a lot of extra interesting things into play. Because if there's so many different technologies into play, then DevOps eventually also needs a lot of tools to support these. And if then the technology you're building on top on is also diverse, it simply makes it even more difficult.
And to add on to that, which we did not mention in the presentation, is also we gave an attempt to sort of create golden paths within the organization. And we quickly realized that even a simple thing like a version management system, there are like CVS, SVN, GitHub, GitLab, so a bunch of tools. And when you want to standardize, that becomes a project of its own. And so that, let me say, that's something that we did not talk about because we didn't make much progress there. So, which is still on our radar, so we will tackle it at some point, yes.
It's just a fun problem to work on next, right? Yeah. All right, so one of the questions is how far are you actually in rolling this out, and does it feel that there is more of an interest with the push and pull approach versus just pull?
So yeah, we're in the middle of it still, so that this is an ongoing thing, but we do really see that there is a lot more traction actually. Just saying, hey, do you want to have coffee? It really does miracles. It's incredible, but people are very willing to talk about these things and learn, but they really need that right hook to pull you in. And so by creating that, we notice actually that there's already a lot more traction. So, yes.
Sounds really good. Okay, last one. What is your strategy in keeping your communities or community members up to date with technology? So not only adapting for all of the different technology, but also making sure that they can discover new things.
It's typically, so there's just several different communities that we already have in place. And so they have a regular cadence actually to work together. And that's also typically where they find each other and really share ideas, which then also is some of the technologies. So that's at least one of the ways where communities are involved with these new technologies.
Right, thank you so much. And thank you for all of the questions. Let's give one more round of applause, please. Thank you.
All right, so next up is Leanne. Leanne works as a developer advocate for Loft Labs. I wrote down here, making Kubernetes fun and easy to use. But that's not what she's talking about. She's going to talk about the DevOps improv session. And I'm told there's even some audience participation.
There's only audience participation.
Yeah, oh, and I almost forgot, Leanne is Chief Karaoke Officer at Kuberoki.
All right. Can you leave it here? Yeah, thanks. Okay, thank you, everyone. Already had a technical issue this morning, so we're all out of technical issues for today. Yay! So, yeah, thanks, Jos, for the super sweet introduction. My name is Leanne. I will do something fun. So I have 6 slides in total, so we're not going to be looking at a lot of slides. And the only thing you're going to learn is about like how fun it is to be silly sometimes. So just really quickly about myself, in case you want to talk to me about my actual job. I'm developer advocate with Loft Labs. We maintain a couple of open source projects, among them vCluster and DevPod, which are probably the best known ones. I'm also tech lead for the app delivery technical advisory group of the CNCF. So we wrote a white paper on platforms. We're working on artifacts right now, and the GitOps working group is also under the tag. And yeah, as mentioned, I'm the chief karaoke officer for Kuberoki, which is the first and only Kubernetes karaoke community. If you are interested in joining us for that, I think I'm planning to do it on Thursday in the city center of Eindhoven. And we did that last year as well, and it was really a nice place. If you want to reach me on the internet, you can try it on the app that was a bird, and I'm not going to say the new name. There's an app that is still an elephant. You can find me there as well. There's an app that is invite only if you need an invite. I still have some. This is Blue Sky. And then you can also email me or send me a message on LinkedIn. All right, so we're doing improv today. Have any of you here who knows what improv is? Okay, so I'm counting on all of you to then be part of this. So basically, improv, it's improvisational theater, right? So the idea is that someone will give you a suggestion and you'll act something out. Why am I doing improv here? So for one thing, I think many of you can relate probably that if you just sit in front of a computer all day, it's nice to do something more, in the real world. I'm not gonna say creative, because being an engineer and solving problems can be very creative, but there's a difference when you get out and get up and you have to move your body and say things to people. And it's also really nice to meet some people who don't work in tech. So yeah, I have done some improv, took some improv courses at, there's an improv theater in Amsterdam, it's called Boom Chicago. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It is hilarious, you should definitely check it out. And so I've done this course with them, or a couple of courses with them, and then I thought, why not do something for a conference? So I started doing lightning talks with that, and that went pretty fairly well. And then Flor said, oh, I just made it like a full talk. So now I'm here and I'm doing a full talk. So, as I said, improv is about audience participation. I can't do this by myself. It's going to be super boring. Okay, so I need you all to participate. Are you okay with that? Are you ready to participate? Yes. Okay, so what we're going to do is, everyone needs to stand up. We're going to do a quick warm-up. Excellent. Okay, so we're gonna play a quick game, and it's called, do you know the song My Bunny Lies Over the Ocean? Heard of that, right? Okay, so we're gonna sing the song together, and every time we say a word that starts with the letter B, we sit down, or if we're sitting, we stand up. Got it? Okay, we're standing up, and then we're starting with a song. 3, 2, 1. My bunny lies over the ocean. My bunny lies over the sea. My bunny lies over the ocean. So bring back my bunny to me. All right, everyone. Bring back, oh, bring back my bunny to me, to me. Bring back, oh, bring back my bunny to me. Excellent, okay. Great. Okay, so if you go to Boom Chicago and see the show, this is the warm-up that they also do. Sorry, Boom, please don't sue me. I just couldn't find a better warm-up. Okay, so our first game is going to be the three-headed consultant. So I used to be a consultant, and there's a lot of fun stuff that we used to do. So the way that this game works is that I have two handheld mics here. And we're going to be the three heads of a consultant that does stuff with DevOps. I'm not sure if this mic is on. We'll see. We'll manage. So what I need is, I need 2 volunteers. And I'm already seeing so many hands go up. Oh, look, there's someone super excited. Okay. And you two, please, give them a big round of applause. Excellent. Okay. This mic works. All right. So, you're Robin.
Yeah.
Robin. Nice to meet you, Robin. Thanks for joining us.
Nice to meet you.
This also works. We met last night.
I'm Leo.
Leo, okay. All right, so Rob and Leo, we're gonna be the three heads of a consultant. And the way that it works is that everyone can only say one word, but we have to like try and make a sentence, right? So we're a consultant and we are trying to solve a technical issue. Give me a technical issue that you have. Anyone from the audience? No, we don't have, technical issues. We're like, everything's perfect. Sorry. Cloud is expensive and migration issues. Let's make it. Let's smush them together. Let's say we want to move. Oh, we want to repatriate because cloud is so expensive. All right. So okay, I'm going to start here, and then it's one word at a time, and we're trying to solve the problem. I know it's hard to make sense, but we're going to try it. Okay. All right. So we
Are
Cloud
agnostic
and
happy to.
That's 2 words.
Sorry.
Help
you
With
your
cloud
migration.
needs. Okay, period. Next sentence. Okay. We haven't solved the problem yet. We're just still doing pre-sales right now. Okay. All right, so let's get into the weeds. Your turn.
we
Prefer
Kubernetes.
over
everything.
Except
in
Trains.
Godverdomme.
well
There
Are
always
exceptions
to
every
Kubernetes.
cluster. Okay, final sentence.
your
Best
Chance
is
to
use.
Kubernetes.
You know what? This is what most of our consultancy conversations sounded like. Okay. Do we have more volunteers? Now that we had 2 people do it, does anyone feel more
skilled?
Would you like to try another one?
Sure.
Okay, let's try another technical problem. Maybe something cultural. You know, maybe like something that's more like organizational. No. Silos. Okay, how do we solve the problem of silos? Engineers.
Always
Complain.
About
silos.
They
don't
Want
silos.
However,
every
Manager
loves
silos.
Okay, but how are we solving this? Let's try to solve it.
So
Instead,
use
no
Slack
channels
or
Kubernetes. Okay, excellent. All right. Okay, do we have more people? It's more fun if we get more people in. Okay, there we go. Maybe another volunteer? Excellent. All right. Thank you so much, Robin, Leo. Go. What's your name, please?
Thank you.
Sorry, what's your name?
Kira.
Kira. Nice to meet you, Kira. Jordana. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing again. If you want to step in here. Yes. So this time we are, again, consultants. We're trying to sell something. Obviously, we're consultants. What is a technology that we want to sell? Kubernetes.
Again.
I feel like we're very good at that. Okay, give me a vendor. Give me like a big vendor. Microsoft. Okay, we're trying to sell Kubernetes to Microsoft. It's going to be so hard. It's going to be so hard. Okay, all right. GitHub
is one
big
company and
they
would love
Kubernetes.
So, because
of
your open source
projects
we believe
that
you definitely
need
Kubernetes.
Okay, that was too easy. That was way too easy. Like, give me something that's harder to sell. Oh, I was thinking of Jenkins. I was literally thinking about Jenkins. Okay, let's try to sell. Let's try to sell Jenkins to GitLab. If anyone's from GitLab here, if you need a consultant at any point, like any pre-sales person, I'm your. Yeah. Anyhow, okay. So we're trying to sell Jenkins to GitLab. All right. Everyone
loves. I'm trying to make it hard for you.
Oh, okay.
To
use
the different
pipelines
of CI/CD.
Period. I'm just going to end the sentence there. Sometimes
we can't
know
what we
need,
but we
desperately
need to
build I
our
forgot what we were trying to sell.
communities.
Oh, around
Nice sharing.
nice sharing. Okay.
Nice and. Okay, nice and.
Okay. Community around nice and lovely
Pipelines.
Okay. All right. Final sentence. Let's go. Let's try one.
Therefore,
only
use of
Jenkins
is horrible. Oh no, we're trying to sell Jenkins. Is good.
Okay. That was smooth. That was absolutely smooth.
I am very smooth.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to look into the. Who would like to try it? Who would like to come on stage and be funny? Okay. Here's one person. Do we have another person? Oh, look, there's someone coming downstairs. Okay, cool. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Would you like to try a harder game, or do you want to stay with this game?
Sure.
Are you ready for? Okay. It's actually quite hard, like it's okay. So there's another game that I prepared for, but I never tried this game. Like I played Three-Headed Consultant at other conferences and it went fine. So this one's a bit harder because now we have to speak in sentences and we have to tell a real story. Do you think you can do that? Do you have a good?
Try.
Yeah. Are you good like with fantasy and?
We'll go for it.
Imagine things. Ever played Dungeons and Dragons or anything like that?
Only weekly.
Okay, we'll try it. So the game is called Fortunately Containers, Unfortunately Kubernetes, which is something very relatable. So the way that it works is that I will start telling a story, and then someone who feels that they're ready, that they have something, you can like tap me on the shoulder, and then you tag in, and your sentence needs to start with, the first one needs to start with fortunately, and then you continue the story, right? And then someone else, probably you or me, when we feel like we're ready, tap you on the shoulder, tag in, and then our sentence needs to start with unfortunately. Okay? So like it's always fortunately, blah, 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 unfortunately, blah, 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 blah. Now the thing is, we can't let this person in the center hang on for too long. Like we need to like get there quickly, right? It's not about like sometimes you're gonna stay here and like talk for 2 minutes and then, that's not fun. So we're gonna try and see how it goes, and this is top level. If you manage to do this, like you can probably start your own comedy show very soon. All right, so I will start the story, and as soon as you feel like I have something to continue the story with, tap me on my shoulder and then just jump in and I'll step back. All right? Got it? Okay. Okay, so this morning I got up at 7 a.m. because I had to be here super early. But when I looked at my phone, I saw an alert from PagerDuty, which is really surprising because I don't do any on call, right? So where did that come from? So I was like trying to message my colleagues about it, like, hey, I got this like alert from PagerDuty, and I don't even understand why, because we don't actually run anything, you know.
Fortunately, because I took the day off, they had a replacement come in the building for me. And that went semi-well. She said I wasn't there and she could hang on to things while I was out of the office. But I think there has been a bit of a mix-up with the agency where they got her from, because I think she was actually a grocery woman. So she didn't really know any of the stuff I was supposed to do. She just kept on taking on the calls and writing down whatever.
And then she said, have you ever heard about this thing called silos? Because I just heard about it recently. I heard it's really bad. So can you help me out with like dealing with these silos or something? I'm like, sure. Let me call this consultancy that I just recently learned about, because they are very, very keen on making things better for everyone. So I gave her the number, and she called them. I'm guessing. I don't know, because I didn't talk to her since then. But so. This is a problem solved now, I think, so I went back to bed, and I was like, okay, so maybe I can chill a little bit more, because it's my day off, and I'm supposed to do some...
Oh, unfortunately, they were using Kubernetes, and everything went down again. So they called us again, and apparently we do host stuff. It turns out that we use Docker and build containers that are running in Kubernetes. And someone was supposed to watch them all day. And no one did, of course, which meant that our TV station went down.
Fortunately, we had an exceptionally good networking engineer who, with his experience and his peers, with just a phone call away, was able to fix it quite well. There was a plan B, and they put it in place, then they rebooted, and it was only at night, so nobody really watched the channels anyway. And luckily, after a minute of 40, something like that, everything was up again, and they could wipe the sweat off their foreheads and go back to the drawing board, because this couldn't happen in production anymore.
Unfortunately, everything was now running in Docker Compose. So this was good for him, but then everyone else had to now go and install Docker, so that took like a good chunk of my day. I mean, I don't want to hate on Docker or anything. I think they're like a great company, and especially because I think this is getting recorded. I hate Docker, like if you're looking for someone to. But in any case, so while this exceptional networking engineer was working on getting everything, back on running again, I was having a little talk with our salespeople just to let them know, like we were having a little issue. So maybe if you talk to our customers, don't promise them like 99.9999% uptime, because that's just not realistic, right? And they were like, yeah, sure. How about 99.999% uptime? Like that's slightly less, right? So that seems like something that's reasonable that you can sell to people. Like, I mean, you can sell it as long as no one has to deliver it. That's,
Fortunately, they also made sure to put in a clause that if it went down and it was night, that wasn't actually a problem. So we had a nice maintenance window to use every night, and built on some, what did you call it, error? No, not error. Error budget, yeah. And that meant that basically we never violated our SLA.
Unfortunately, it was a global broadcasting network. So what was at night for the network engineer was prime time in the United States. And there happened to be a Super Bowl match. So people, while watching Rihanna, started seeing a black screen for 40 minutes. And that caused a mild uprising in the communities of the Super Bowl fans. Yeah, that took that blah 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 blah.
Well, fortunately, no one here cares about the Super Bowl anyway, because we're in the Netherlands. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. This is great. Man, I realized halfway through that I forgot to get a suggestion from the audience. So this was perfect. Like, amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so the official time is done. I hope you had some fun. And, you know, like, it just starts to happen. You know, you start with something. It's kind of stupid at the beginning, but then you kind of get into the groove. And I just can't undersell how much fun it is to do something that gets you a bit out of your comfort zone. Maybe for some people it was the first time on stage, you know. And, you know, I think that everyone has something fun to say and to give. And you should just, like, try it, not be scared of it. So I mentioned at the top of the talk that Kuberoki is a thing, Kubernetes, rewind. The Kubernetes karaoke is a thing. This is our logo. I have some stickers if you want them. If you want to join us, you can follow us on social media. I will give out details about when and where. Again, it's going to be tomorrow because the karaoke bar's not open today. And yeah, you can just like come to me, follow us on the internet, and that's it. Thank you. Now here you go. Sorry.
Hello? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's lunchtime now. We've got about an hour for lunch. So please enjoy. Don't forget to visit our sponsors, and see you back here in an hour.
That's fast. Cool. Welcome back. Welcome back for the afternoon. I hope you had a great lunch. Do you need more food? The good news is later we have more food, we have a snack, and in the afternoon we have a great dinner with our own beer. So that will be all nice. But first we have the Ignite sessions. Anyone know what an Ignite session is? Hands, please. Okay. So Ignites are short talks. In the morning I think we had talks for about 25 minutes, 30 minutes. And now we have talks of 5 minutes. And each presenter has 20 slides. So how many seconds a slide is that? 15. Cool, correct. So we do 15 seconds per slide, and they are rotating automatically. So they have to adjust their talk to the slide. And once the time is over, we give hopefully good applause, and we get the next speaker on stage. And we start with Bram. Mike. Let's see if that is working. Is your mic working?
I think it is.
You're ready? The timer should start when your slides are starting, so let's see if the magic all works, and have fun.
Oh, it's not about the 5 minutes, it's about the 15, and whether or not it shows up on screen, yes. It does not. It isn't. Yeah, next slide. This is the Ignite, the Ignite drinking game. The first speaker to say next slide, and everybody has to drink.
It was working when we were. Maybe put this out of presentation mode. Yeah. My God. Yeah.
Yes.
5 minutes.
Yes. Out forward every 15 seconds. So let's start with, has anybody have one of these dashboards in their setup? And who thinks this is a valuable asset in the company? The answer should be no, because circling back to the earlier talk today, and I sent this in before I actually heard the other talk, there actually is a monitoring center, normally it's called the NOC, and they're actually watching TV live to make sure that the stuff that goes out actually goes out. And we're going back in history, because most of the time when we are observing, people got scared, we need to do the 5 nines. The other next quiz is, how much is 5 nines? Uptime, that's 6 minutes. You're allowed to be down for 6 minutes in the air. People used to aim for the 5 nines, used to go horribly wrong, because in the end, most of the time you were still doing a murder mystery when stuff went down. So we tried to optimize for the smallest amount of downtime. And that came because when we learned about monitoring, we were taught about the bastard operator from hell, basically, or the grumpy bearded guy in the basement that whole, if the CPU goes over 80, like, we're down. Whether or not that was the case, he didn't actually know, because he was actually only involved in the bottom third of the pyramid. Is the system up or down? He didn't actually know if the users were impacted or not. He only knew CPU were below 80. Or we tried to get a bit smarter. We used to do the red or the use metric, depending on which school of thought you came from. That's basically, we try to get into getting usable metrics. Well, the next phase was the 3 pillars of observability: metrics, structured logs, traces, because there was more than just metrics that we were getting. Downside to pillars is that when you push one over, you basically have the 2 ones that are basically useless. So if you think about logs, traces, metrics, you more think about this tensegrity system, where you need all 3 of them for the system to work, and your little Lego clown to stay up. right? Because in the end, instead of having this beautiful, crazy dashboard I showed in the beginning, your data should tell beautiful stories so we can actually know what is going on, right? This is the system condensed into 3 metrics. Are we shopping and where are we shopping? Why is that interesting? Because marketing might have just launched a new marketing campaign, which means traffic is increasing. So when we actually see our numbers go up, this is good. So the thing that we're actually balancing in our transactivity system is not the dashboard, it's the alerts, because we need to act on some of these metrics only, not on all of them. And that's why we came up, let's quantify what that means. So SLAs is the contract you have with users. Sometimes it's implied, sometimes it's actual a contract that means if you do not perform, you lose money. SLOs are the wishes, so the technical implementation of it and with enough space for failure. Right? Your SLOs, what your internal aims are, should be better than your SLAs. And that means we need to talk business. Right? These are business decisions. So we actually need to talk to our salespeople because we need to talk about if we see our revenue go down or our number of sales goes down or our signups go down, that's when we actually are in trouble. So we need to start looking in these top 2/3 of the pyramid. And that might be somewhat more difficult conversation to have with your sales organization than you might think, or your business. Because it also means that the applications that land on top of this infrastructure that we've been building, because that's the history of monitoring, they need to be instrumented. They need to give us metrics on what is going on. So they need to emit certain metrics. And that's the ones that we need to alert on, not the big exception I always use is the hard disk space is definitely not something you SLO, but it's definitely something you want to monitor. Because we are interested in these 5 nines, but 5 nines of the customer perspective, right? People of companies like AWS, they actually put a dollar value on if my page loads twice as long or 100 milliseconds shorter, this is when we get in trouble. So for SLOs, also for the people that are on call, things are important you need to check out the burn rate. So how long can I go on with this error before actually you get impacted? Because failing backups are not something you get woken up for, but the login frame not working actually is something you alert on. Oh, well, you wake up someone for, whereas the backup is, Jira ticket, never to be seen again. Perhaps not. Yeah, that's the end, and I don't think it killed the program.
Oh, thank you. So, that was a great first talk, and I also have to think about SLOs for my slides tool. So the next one up stage is Devopsdays. So welcome. We have a mic for you. We have another slide deck for you. I just heard that you have less slides, so I have no clue what will happen after your last slide, but you have 5 minutes, so we will see.
Yeah, so I screwed up.
Go over there. No, there.
Yeah. I just have 8 slides, so that's super quick.
Yeah, but because yeah.
So I'm going to talk about scalable infrastructure access management. Yeah, okay. So my name is Devopsdays. I'm co-founder of Adaptive.life. As part of building Adaptive, actually talked to over 100 organizations across the world. And there are 2 kinds of organizations, essentially, that we ended up identifying in this spectrum of organizations. So at one spectrum, you have companies who have accepted risk. So they share credentials on Slack, or they expose their infrastructure over public internet. On the other side, you have defensive organizations who follow security first principles. So one of the key driving factors for security first organizations is compliance, or they are systematically important organizations. There are 4 pillars, controls that they have to take care of, which is security, security, process integrity, and confidentiality. As part of that, you have to secure your infrastructure. So this is a typical way you create an infrastructure security, right? So you have a bastion host, you actually pass through this. These infrastructure, this model has issues. Basically, bastions are a single point of failure. They open up a lot of issues. So we ended up replacing bastions with access clusters, which could be in any Kubernetes or ECS orchestration thing. But one of the key things that we ended up doing is, instead of creating bastion hosts, you have an ephemeral bastion containers that are protocol aware. So you can actually connect to databases. Let's say if you have Postgres, it would proxy Postgres connections, but you have a client-facing credentials are intermittent, whereas the server-facing credentials are more persistent. So in this way, you can actually have a lot of these just-in-time access. You can build a lot of request approval workflows, and essentially, you can do a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Thank you. Cool, great. So, we get the next one. The next one is Susanne. Yeah? Are you nervous because you have less time to prepare because it was quick? Oh.
Oh, that's nice as well.
So, can I start it?
Yes, please.
Yeah? Okay.
Sure.
Here it go.
Okay, hi folks, I'm Susanne. I'm gonna give you 5 tips to 10x the burnout rate of your engineers. Why would you want to do that? Well, trigger warning, by the way, to get recognition as a strong tech leader or being very, very senior as an engineer. Anyways, tip number 1, it starts all at the beginning. Why not start good? So cram in as many different function descriptions into one vacancy and make the process as long as you can. 3 months, yes, they want to work at you. They must wait 3 months to go through the whole process and do code interviews, by the way. And then the fun really starts. They get the onboarding. So to induce a real burnout, don't do onboarding. You know, you hired a self-starter, so let them self-start, right? Don't do documentation. Let them figure it out. Let them take the tribal knowledge. Okay, then we go to the metrics. It's step number 2. Just measure anything. Cram it in one dashboard. Don't tell why you're measuring things. Just let them figure it out, right? Keep them in the dark a little bit, you know. But when you are going to use it, it's during performance interviews or random conversations. You say, why are you not productive? Why? What is this? Why is this rate going down? You know, this is a great conversations to have and really, really good burnout practices. So yes, also on the topic of promotion or, you know, letting people go, don't tell them why. You know, don't give a career path. Just use any metric. Keep them in the dark why somebody's promoted or not. Then there's the infrastructure. We all know it. We had VMs at the office. We had VMs in the data center. We're going to move them to the cloud. We know best. We'll manage it for you. Don't worry about it. They're developers. And when you have something that you want, or you want to see something different, please use the ticketing system, because that gives joy to everybody and we keep control, right? So let's induce a burnout. Great tickets. Yeah, if you really want to help people, just, you know, bring in some tools, DevOps tools, shift everything left, and shift as many things left as you can until you get the shit left. Because only if you have so many tools, so many different tools you need to switch and languages you need to use, only then you're successful. Number 4 is, of course, about the business value. Look at that. Project manager. Deciding what you're going to build, how you're going to build it, and how you're going to solve your problems. It's great not being responsible for the code you build. Another thing is collaboration. You need it inside your team. Of course, not the other teams, because, you know, they hire their own engineers. If they need, like, React, and you have a person knowing React in your team, let them figure it out, hire their own. Collaboration, knowledge sharing, knowledge sharing takes a lot of time. People can go to conferences in their own time. They're learners. They can go online. They can do a course on YouTube. Great success. Now we get into the real toxic part, of course, because, yeah, this is not burnout inducing enough. So we are a happy place. So we don't want complaints. If people have an opinion, you just make sure that they get a lot of chores which are not recognized. Make sure that they don't get hurt. Please, take into account that whenever somebody wants to work on technical debt, they can do that in the Hack Week, because that's fun. We can do our technical debt then. That's inspiring. You can work like that. And then, after work, people get home, but everybody has a phone, and during Netflix, you can still, do some code or do some debugging, right? So how to, not get a burnout, to end positively. Take care of your hiring and your onboarding. Make it inclusive. Make the onboarding experience really good, because 50 to 80% of the people will otherwise leave. Measure what matters. Why focus on the number of pull requests? Well, you could also measure on business success. The application that you build, so that you feel a sense of connectivity with what you're building. You feel the sense of purpose of the work that you're doing. And when you are providing infrastructure services, maybe add some value to it. Maybe think of your services like a product, making actually developers happy and productive, so that they don't have to switch between multiple things and you treat them as a customer. Teaming up and sharing knowledge is essential to create a great culture. We've learned earlier today in one of the talks. And share knowledge with each other. Have knowledge sharing sessions, because that will give a sense of community and a sense of purpose. If you want to learn more about other ways to have a better experience and not burn out your engineers, scan this QR code. There are some great links to, like for instance, the Space Framework or the DevX framework, and those are all nice resources. And of course, the developer DevOps report. It was Accelerate at some point, but there's a new one out. So please read it. There's a lot of great tips in there. And thank you.
Thanks.
Before we start, a little context. Can I?
Yeah.
Yes. Just little context. So what you're gonna see is about stoicism, of course. Last night, both my laptop and my wife's laptop got stolen, and this morning I fell in the shower. I didn't tell anyone. So, and I'm here. So this is gonna make sense. It's gonna make sense afterwards. Yes, that's not my name. So I don't know this guy, Alessandro.
Yeah, but I hope it are your slides. Maybe also messed up.
You're not the first.
Also, so
thank you.
To get connected with you, the organization also had some troubles this morning with same problems like you. So also,
I'll give you some tips how to face adversity and survive.
I go to start your presentation.
Yes. So, yes, Stoicism is a practical philosophy. It is 2,300 years old, and it's my personal philosophy. I found it and I adopted it as my own. I'm going to talk about some principles, some pillars, and some how to apply Stoicism to your daily job as an engineer. So, the 4 virtues of Stoicism: justice, temperance, courage, and wisdom. And we're going to talk about all them. So, justice is the capacity to distinguish good from evil. So, as you are a leader, you can also use this to to adopt ethical leadership. So you must stop blaming other people and take responsibility for your own actions. That's what the virtue of justice is all about. Temperance, or moderation, is about taking everything in the right measure. Don't get too excited when you win the lottery, and don't get too sad when a laptop got stolen. So do everything in the right amount. Courage is to stand up for your values and for your virtues, be bold, face failure, and act according to your nature. So be rational, don't give in the too much emotion, something. So, and wisdom, this is a principle of Stoicism, is to think and study, and don't make decisions based on just not informed decisions. So 7 pillars: summum bonum, so live according to your values, so live according to your good. Amor fati, accept the fate. Laptop gets stolen, that's it. Animus advertere, be present to yourself. Premeditatio malorum, think about the worst outcome, so you are prepared. I have backups. Sympatheia, everything is connected. Memento mori, ephemerality of all. So remember that you're gonna die. Memento mori, and apply your principles. So how do you apply stoicism to leadership? Focus on what matters. There are things you can change and things you have no control over. Just do what you can and forget everything else. Don't worry about everything else, because this is what we call the dichotomy of control. Can you do something about it? Do it. You cannot do anything about it? Forget about it. It doesn't exist. It's not your problem. Just ignore it and focus on what you can change in your life and in the world. Be mindful, be present, practice prosoche, which is the practice of attention. I know New Age gurus, they call it being mindful. Stoicism invented 3,000 years ago. Be present to your mind. Embrace failure and adversity. These are facts of life. Things get stolen, things break, servers go down, entire regions catch fire. It's okay. You will survive. You will endure. And be ethical. Think about your value, apply them, and have discipline in applying those values. Be a prokopton, a disciple of stoicism. And practice gratitude. Marcus Aurelius had a gratitude journal, so think about what matters in your life, the people, the good things that happen to you, write it down, practice this gratitude every day. 7 principles to apply this to engineering. Stop worrying. It's okay. Things get fired. The talk today, you can bring down a network, and that's all right. Practice incident, chaos engineering. So practice what can go wrong. Learn from your mistakes. Postmortems, DevOps practice. Focus on what matters. Journal and record everything. And practice empathy and gratitude to your colleagues. And some history, Zeno invented Stoicism. Stoicism comes from the Stoa, so the porch in Athens, where Zeno started to teach his philosophy. He was shipwrecked in Athens, so he lost everything and still became a famous philosopher. Cato, he stand up to Julius, and because he didn't want to serve and because he stand up for his own value, he killed himself not to serve Julius ascending to power. And of course, my personal hero, Marcus Aurelius, lost children, was all his life in war, and yet he wrote a book that everybody reads and everybody can benefit from. And he was the most powerful man in Rome, and yet he was a very real man. Some readings, so there are new and old philosophers, called Ryan Holiday, The Obstacle is the Way, a great book, but definitely go first with Marcus and the Meditations. And thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you know where to find me.
Thank you.
That's you. And your name is correct?
That's correct.
Oh.
Would you have the nicer mic, though?
Huh?
You have the nice mic.
Yeah. Would you also have the nice mic? Oh, okay. Cool, great. So next speaker is Levi. And also for you 5 minutes.
Okay. Kubernetes.
No, it's not it's Python, so it's...
Okay. Hello, my name is Sevi. I work at Continuous Solutions, a cloud consultancy. So today I'm going to be talking about how our experiences as our banking client influence us to start this open source product in the world of compliance. So if you're in a highly regulated environment, this could be your brand new project, but it's not going anywhere. It's stuck. All the competition has left, but your security teams are not allowing you to move. This was our client. But actually even worse. So there were past trauma and failures. They couldn't even deploy to prod because the security teams thought the existing cloud design was not compliant. And so we came in. We were ambitious. This time we were going to shift left the whole thing. The compliance and the security would be at the core of the project. We were excited and we were ready to move. This was how we envisioned the project, which actually turned out to be like this. It would, especially the compliance bits, would be utterly and totally manual. Imagine lots of Confluence pages, Jira tickets, binding everything all together. So we needed to get our clients' trust, so we got cracking. We knew there would be some manual bits in the start of the project anyway, so CISO accepted this as well. And eventually we managed to automate whatever we could. So we had pretty slick pipelines, to be honest. And we had cloud policies, we had alerting in place, we also had Terraform configs secure enough for the security. So this is a picture of a made-up ticket. So this was derived from the Confluence pages. So it tells you to have Terraform config, policies, alerting, and remediation steps in place. Once you have the Terraform config in place, which means your Terraform service would be secure, you would document, evidence the code line in there. That's when we freaked out. Like, what happens what the code line changes, right? Like, how do I track all these? Step 2 was automated, our pipeline, and step 3 as well. Like, we had cloud alerting and policies in place. But what if there's a drift in your cloud? How do you feed that back into your compliance tool, your GRC tool, which was basically Jira tickets for our case? And then, anyway, you might be saying that we're not obsessed with compliance. We just want secure cloud. But if you take a step back, compliance and security are interdependent, right? And without a regulation telling you, your organization will have governance, operational risk, or security standards in place. And this will need you to have a real-time automated metrics and automated reporting mechanism. So we looked into the cloud native space and there was no product. So we decided to work on our own new open source passion project called Compliance Framework. Ta-da! And yeah. Our vision is to build the link between compliance products and the controls they manage and have real-time tracking of the compliance status, having automated metrics, automated reporting, and having a true end-to-end digital journey for highly regulated industries. This is our dashboard. It's a work in progress, but it looks much better than a static Confluence page, right? For especially compliance people. And this will show you a real-time cloud situation. Anyway, this is our architecture. So once you describe your provider in the configuration database and API, this is the exciting part for us. This will be working like Terraform. So we would like to have an open source provider library. So then when your assessment runtime runs, it will download the provider from the plugin store, which could be any type of check. It could be like a check-in file, checking whatever tooling you have in there, but it will have to be basically open source, like hopefully Terraform providers. So I'd like to thank you for your time. A call for action, we would really love to have contributors in our project, and I'll be around all day if you'd like to talk about it or whatever we do at Container Solutions. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if PowerPoint works.
Been issued onto the stage.
I guess PowerPoint is not built in Python, but you never know. Cool. Are we ready?
I am ready. Did you sit down?
I'm looking for the full day at those chairs and would like to try them out.
I guess we're sitting down.
Yeah, I think speaking sitting is not so comfortable.
All right, so
what are we going to do this afternoon, Floor?
We're going to do open spaces. That is, we have a couple of rooms available in the rest of the building where we're going to do open spaces, while here on the main stage there will still be 2 talks for you to enjoy as well.
So, anyone here, have you ever joined an open space? Please, can you raise some hands?
That's quite a few people that have joined an open space before. That's very good.
So, Floor, can you explain me what an open space is?
So an open space is really your opportunity to make the conference experience your own. So if there's anything that you've heard about in the sessions that we had this morning that you want to elaborate on a little bit further, you want to ask more questions about, or maybe you have opinions about, which is excellent that you have opinions about them, you can suggest an open space, and it's really just creating some space on the calendar for people to join you in a room and discuss that topic a little bit further.
Yeah, so that means this morning, early afternoon, I think we had about 11 speakers, and now we have, all of you are becoming speakers. That's great, or not?
It's a bit of being a speaker, but not exactly, because you don't have a slide deck and you're only facilitating discussion, so you're not the one who's doing a monologue. Please don't do a monologue.
Okay, cool. So, and the open space is all about you. So what we go to do is we go to collect IDs. And you are the people that go to provide the IDs. So when we are finished, with a little bit more explanation, we go to collect IDs. And IDs can be anything on what you would like to talk. So, and that we go to gather over there on the board. So you go to write sticky notes, pitch very quickly your ID. I think it's nice to tell your name. And then all of you are going to raise the hand if you think, oh, that's a great idea. And if you don't think it is a great idea, don't raise your hand. As simple as it is. And we go to sit in smaller rooms, and we have, I think, great discussions. And you would like maybe to talk about things in your company. So maybe you are used to an NDA, which you have to sign in blood and with difficult contracts. We do it today simpler. We are all friends, or not?
Yes.
So we do the friend DA. So can everyone that would like to sign the friend DA raise hand? So we all fine with it? Okay, I think, yeah, it's compliant. We are signed. Great, cool. Now, what are we going to do? Floor?
Exactly. So again, you'll come forward here later. You grab a sticky note and a Sharpie. You write down what you want to talk about. Then you are given the mic for like a really short amount of time. You can state your name and what you would like to talk about. People raise their hands. Whoever comes to your open space is the right amount of people, right? Those are the people that really are interested in talking about this topic. So don't be disappointed if it's 2 people. Get really excited when it's 10 people. But, you know, whoever comes is the right person. And whenever it starts too is the right time. So maybe you're chatting about something else while people walk in. So don't worry too much about timelines, except for when it's over, it's over. So you can continue talking about a topic maybe in the hallways, but another open space will take place in that particular room. So you will need to leave the room at one point.
And we already talked about the topics. You bring the topic, and if you have a great discussion, and you start talking about Kubernetes, but you think it's much better just run on bare hardware, just everything installed on the machine. If the discussion goes that way, it's certainly fine. It's up to you. You decide what the discussion is all about.
Exactly. There's no such thing as off-topic.
Indeed. So that was a couple of directions. We have one law. Maybe you can explain the law.
Certainly. So it's the law of the mobility. If you feel at any point when you're in a room that you can't really contribute, or you're not really learning, or you're not really taking away from the open space that you thought you were going into, hoping to get away from that session, you are free to leave and join another open space, or get a cup of coffee, or join us here in the main room to see another one of our talks.
Yeah. So and with this rule, maybe keep the rule in mind when you are back in your company next week. You can leave any meeting. Good. I think it's time that we start collecting the IDs. So what we do, we ask you to come forward, make a nice long queue here, and then the first one on the queue can go on stage and shortly explain his topic. So, do we have anyone with a nice topic for the afternoon? I hope we have.
Please line up here. Not all at once. You want a bunny one? You can have, yeah, you can have Nijntje. Here you go. Nijntje post-its. We should have announced the Nijntje post-its more. Yeah? I'm sorry. Yep.
Oh yeah, a Nijntje, or you can choose. Huh? We have more Nijntje. Oh, do we have also more pens? Because this is broken. It's a bug. Another.
Collaboration is already happening. It's great. All right.
Hello, everyone. So my topic is compensation. We did this at Devopsdays London about 3 weeks ago, and it went really, really well as an open space. You don't have to talk about, your salary or anything, but I think it's important for us to talk a little bit about the topic of compensation and how we can maybe help each other get better salaries.
All right,
Yeah,
quick show of hands. Who would be interested in joining that one? All right.
It's good to go.
Yep.
It's good to go. Next one.
Yeah. So I'm going to have my talk on the topic tomorrow anyway, but I would love to chat with people about it today already. So I'm Foy, and I would like to talk to you about accessibility and what goes wrong, what affects you, and what you would like to change in certain tools maybe.
Show of hands. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes, I'm Brian, and I would like to talk to you about a technology that I find rather cool and fascinating. It's called Nix or NixOS, and how it can help you with your infrastructure, with your package management, with your developer experience, blah, 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 blah.
NixOS, yeah.
Show of hands.
NixOS,
yeah.
More.
There's some interest.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hello, I'm Sevi again. How many nines are we ready to let go for the sake of sustainability? This week I actually was one of the hosts at the CNCF's Cloud Sustainability event, and this was one of the biggest discussions there, like, are businesses ready to let go? So. Thank
you. Show of hands. Excellent. Okay.
Hi, I'm Kira. I would like to talk about how to deal with people biases in AI, for generative or for discriminating AI, how to deal with that.
Excellent. Ben, where are you? Okay, yeah.
Hi, I'm Jacob. I wrote down DevOps and Scrum or Batman and the Joker. What I like to have a discussion about is using Kanban instead of Scrum, because I think it really helps when you talk about capabilities in DevOps, like the DevOps handbook. So I want to have a conversation about that. Maybe you have some experience there.
Who's the Joker in this scenario?
Just Scrum's the Joker. Okay.
The hands. Yeah.
I thought it would be interesting to talk a little bit about the future of DevOps, where everything is going, especially in relation to all the agile scaling frameworks that are out there. Where do we think this is going, and what do you currently see within your own company? Where does this go?
Cool.
Hello, my name is Said, and the topic that I would like to bring forward, I think, is the goal is to create, so to say, or contribute to happy and productive engineers. And what we see mainly also in the work and work for Ascent, what we experience is a difficulty to find a balance between having this autonomous team, having some measurement of metrics that we can see, is there success, yes or no, and that there still are some processes to adhere to. And I would like to have a discussion to see how can we find a good balance between these parameters in order to make sure that at the end our engineers are happy and like the work and are productive. Thank you.
Excellent. Also, it means if you're raising your hand, you're not committed to go to the specific open space, but just to gauge access. You know.
Hey, and you can fill up the queue if you like, because there are some spots left.
Hi, I'm Leo, and I'm a DevOps addict. And also, last week I went to visit one of our new customers, and it was going to be great. And then they told me we renamed the cloud infra team the DevOps team. And I had to give them a presentation about how that was going to be awesome. So I need some DevOps therapy. So if anybody else needs DevOps therapy, let's have a group hugging session or something like that. Yeah?
A lot of huggers in the room. Fantastic.
Hey, I'm Steven. I want to talk about democratic architecture, or how we can involve more people when designing a system.
Yes, I see all of you.
Oh, you can.
Do we want to take one more? Yeah. Maybe two more. Okay, two more.
Okay, I'm Peter, and what I would like to talk about is Kubernetes, bugs in Kubernetes and downtime. We recently experienced some things with it, so I'm interested if anyone else had that and how you tackle that.
Alessandro, what's your question? There's no downtime in Kubernetes. Okay, it was more of a comment. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jordana. I would love to talk about creating healthy and sustainable communities, help, tools, and resources on that. What are the big bottlenecks? What are the issues? And how can we help each other?
Thank you.
Quick show? Yeah, perfect. All right, thank you for all of your ideas. Quick counting of all of the pieces of cheese and bread and eggs and nijntjes. We'll have 3 rounds of 4 open space rooms that you can join. We're going to cluster these and put them in a spreadsheet that we can share with you, but you're going for a break, so you won't notice any of that happening backstage. And then we'll start our open spaces at what time? Question mark? At some time, question mark. Happy break.
Huh? 3 p.m.? Okay. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, there we are. All right. Can we reset the timer thingy here on the... Yeah, thank you. All right, so next up is Stefan Hollermans. Stefan works as a director of software solutions at Schubert Phillips and has over 2 decades of experience in, among others, developing, delivering, and running custom software solutions. His talk is about dealing with drag. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Stefan. When I read the talk title, this was not what I was expecting. But I'm definitely now looking forward to it. So welcome.
Thank you. Well, I need to process that a bit. Thank you. Yeah, like Jos said, I'm Stefan. I work at Schubert Phillips, and I want to talk to you today a bit about drag. But not what I was expecting. And I'll get to that. I'll jump right into that. But before I do that, I want to, share a bit with you a bit of the state of confusion that I was in for the last couple of, I think, weeks, basically since the end of summer. And it has to do a bit with what I will refer to, and maybe it will sound familiar to you, as the McKinsey controversy. So I think some of you, perhaps most of you, perhaps I don't mind, are familiar with the fact that McKinsey put out an article. I believe it was end of summer. It was summer, halfway August, I think, in which they talk about developer productivity. It had a catchy title. Yes, you can measure software developer productivity, and actually, a lot of the things and this is where the confusion comes from, a lot of the things that they were talking about in that particular article were things that I was, before summer, a bit around the time that when I submitted the abstract for this talk at Devopsdays, was looking into with a client. We were looking into collecting all kinds of metrics that you have as a software team and put that to your advantage in terms of continuous improvement, and just look at metrics, see where there's any hints there for things you can still improve. And it was actually quite a fun project to work on. And like I said, a lot of stuff in this article actually talks about that. And I must say, when I read it, I think, it wasn't a bad article. I think, 70-80% of what's in there resonated with me. And it was not particularly shocking, but it was okay-ish. But then, in communities that I, associate with, this really gave a lot of turmoil, right? There were people, lots of people completely upset about this article and said it was one of the worst things that would ever put on the internet, and I don't know. So that got me thinking, right? And then I read it again, and I see what people were complaining about, right? And there's I think 2 main things in that article that a bit on those were flaws, I think. So first of all, it talks about productivity, and that I think in our industry that has somewhat of a strange connotation, perhaps, right? When you think about productivity, it's perhaps you think about turning inputs and outputs, and a lot of the work we do, I tend to think of is more like creative work, right? And it's not easily measured in terms of ratios between input and output and efficiency and stuff like that. So I think that was a bit off there. And I think the second thing was it focused also quite a lot on individual developers and actually measuring their productivity. And there, of course, it gets quite scary. So a couple of days ago, I reread the abstract that I submitted to Devopsdays for this talk, and I used the word productivity there twice, so hopefully that does not get me into too much problem. But I really think productivity isn't the right word to use here, right? I think we should talk more about performance, right? And I think, and that's actually the gist of it for me, is that, you know, if you have a mature team that's taking continuous improvement seriously, you as a team, you look at whatever you can look at to see how you're doing and where there's still room for improvement, right? But the key thing here is, I think, that you do that on the team level. So I think if you build it up right, you have the individual level where you have individual contributors, developers, engineers. You have the team level, and then one step higher you have the organization level. And I think if you talk about using data to improve yourself, you better stay away from the individual level. Talk to developers, listen to them, perhaps do a survey. Do they feel productive? Do they feel like there's stuff hindering? But better stay away from measuring. That would be my take on it. And then if you go all the way up, you know, to organizational level, yeah, also a bit tricky, right? So what are you going to measure there? This article talked a lot, of course, about the DORA metrics and stuff like that. But if you're a huge organization and you have a couple of hundred DevOps teams, yeah, what's the point of measuring number of, I don't know, deployments or stuff like that? Are you going to compare your teams? Are they comparable? So my take here is really, don't look at that kind of stuff, right? That's kind of white box stuff, and I would really treat those teams as black boxes, right? Look at the value they are producing. Are their stakeholders happy? Stuff like that. And then in the middle level, in the team, yeah, that's, I think, a safe place to look at things like number of deployments, failure rates, and stuff like that. Look at it at a team level and try and improve there. So I think that's an important thing to point out if you're doing this kind of stuff. Well, today I'm going to talk a bit about that middle level. And so teams looking at how they are doing things and where to improve, right? So drag is what we're going to talk about. So what is drag? Well, let's first talk about flow. Because I think if you talk about a high-performing team, a team that's trying to improve itself, oftentimes that's about flow. So what's flow here? Flow is the smooth, uninterrupted movement of work throughout your development life cycle, right? We talk a lot about that. Steadily progressing, I don't know, stories, tasks, whatever, through your cycle. And hopefully with that comes value. Doing that in an efficient way brings value. That's kind of the hypothesis. And in software development, in DevOps, we talk a lot about flow and how to improve it. But I think if you look closer at how you improve your flow as a team, oftentimes it's about actually getting rid of things that slow you down. And that's where drag comes in. So what is drag? Silly answer would be, it's just the opposite of flow. But I think it's a true answer. So what do we mean then? It's, delays in your process, unnecessary waiting times. It's bottlenecks, excessive interruptions. So that's the kind of things we want to talk about. So perhaps a couple of examples. You can make a quite obvious list of things that slow a typical development team down, right? Lots of toil, chores that you have to do in a team that's not really adding value, but that's causing delays and stuff like that. So it is a very grateful category, of course, stuff that you do repeatedly and manual. That's always, a sign of that you're losing some efficiency there. So manual deployments, manual testing, and probably you can go on with a whole lot of stuff that has manual in front of it and that has a repetitive character. That's rather obvious. Figuring out how things work, right? So if your documentation isn't, up to sniff, and then with up to sniff I mean if it doesn't bring to the team what it needs, and the team spends a lot of time in figuring out how that piece of code works, how deployment for that particular target platform works. If a team spends a lot of time doing those kind of things, that's also, something that you want to reduce. That's drag. That's an example of drag. Repeated incidents, problems, things that you have to keep on fighting, right? That's slowing you down. That's slowing you down massively. Example of drag. Overly complex configurations, things that you should really simplify to get in that state of flow again. And then, a not so technical category, inefficient meetings, or perhaps, if you want to make it a bit bigger, artifacts of your development process that's slowing you down, right? I'm obviously talking about things like save and all kinds of silly rituals that teams and organizations put on themselves. And well, you can think of a couple of those yourself, I'm quite sure. So once you start looking for it, you find it everywhere. So let's do another. Rather, I'm not going to be complete. I'm just going to touch upon a couple of those things. So let's do another category that sometimes immediately comes to mind if you think about things that slow you down, right? Technical debt. Technical debt. That talking about connotations, that also always has a very negative connotation, right? If you talk with developers, engineers about it, they talk about technical debt, and the mood in the room immediately goes bad, and stuff we don't want to talk about. But let's have a bit of a closer look here, right? So what's technical debt? Technical debt arises when you, as a team, make a decision, hopefully a conscious decision, to trade some longer-term maintainability of your code or system for some short-term gains. Typically, you want to just do a release because timely release has all kinds of benefits to our business or whatever, and you make a conscious decision, right, to push something to production of which you know that in the longer term it's going to hinder your maintainability and your ability to change your system. It can be a very conscious choice, not per se a bad choice, right? So, and that's why I think this metaphor of debt is actually a quite sharp one here, right? So, because if we peel it down, the time that you immediately win by going to production, by releasing, you can consider that the loan. That's what you're getting, and the longer-term effect, the higher cost of future changes, that's going to be the interest that you pay. And now the point is, taking on debt is not inherently bad, right? So I have a mortgage. I feel pretty good about it. And I remember, right, when I got my first mortgage, I was talking, to the person from the bank, and we had a little chat, and I was asking her, so what do you like about your work, right? Why are you excited about your work? What do you like about? And she told me, well, the nicest thing about this line of business is I'm working with people. I'm always meeting people at the other side of the table. And, that's human nature. People always want a bit more than they can afford. They just want a bit of a bigger house than the model says they can afford. And that for her, it was nice because that gave her a puzzle, and then she had to be creative to make that possible for people. And I was like, ouch, she's not going to enjoy, working with me today because I'm rather conservative, right? I don't really like taking on more than I can take. I think with technical debt, you at least need a bit of the same mindset, right? Taking on some technical debt isn't inherently bad, but you just have to do it consciously, and you have to manage it. What do I mean with managing? Well, for starters, like I do with my mortgage, make it visible, make it explicit, write it down that you're taking debt, and think about the consequences. What do I have to pay each month or each whatever? And can I afford that? And should I perhaps at some point, is it a good time to do a down payment? So with technical debt, you have to approach it the same way, I guess. So one way to actually do that, and I kind of like that method. I have it from this actually quite good book, Managing Technical Debt, by Kurtjen and some others. And they actually propose a way that you kind of put it on your technical debt and some other things on your backlog. So how does it work? We'll say, well, we can have two axes where we divide the items that we have on our backlog. So here the x-axis is visible versus invisible, and there's on the y-axis you can think about positive value and negative value. That's all vague, that's all abstract, let's make it concrete. Features. Features is what gives you value, right? So that's positive value. By producing features, we hopefully add value to our business. And it's visible. It's visible to the users, to whatever stakeholders. So that's an example of something that's positive and visible. Defects. These are also things that once in a while, hopefully not too often, occur in your backlog. They're also quite visible to your users. They're negative value. So yeah, they don't add a lot of value to the business. They detract from it. And then there's the invisible category. That's stuff that your users don't see, but still has positive value. That's stuff like, you know, your architecture that you need to maintain, the infrastructure that you perhaps deploy and stuff like that. Also ends up in your backlog. And then finally, there's technical debt. It's not visible to your users. It's visible to the team. The team is hindered by it because it slows them down when making changes. And yeah, this slowing down makes it that it gives negative value. And here the suggestion is that and I don't know whether you should literally put it, I don't know, whatever you use for your backlog, Jira or stuff like that. But the key idea is that you take it into account when you do your planning. And for that, you need to be explicit about it. You have to write it down, and perhaps you have to go a bit further. You have to quantify things. How much is this slowing us down? How much will certain types of changes take longer if we have this technical debt still in your system? And by, as a team, forcing, quote unquote, yourself to get at that level of being explicit, yeah, that makes that you deal with technical debt responsibly. And in the end, it's also the path to reducing this type of drag at the right moment, at the right cost, at the right benefits. Okay. Oh yeah, this I like very much. Software metabolism. That sounds, well, that sounds really scientific, right? This has to do with yeah, I call it a myth. The myth that if you're a good team, if you're a mature team, and you stick together long enough, that over time, and here's that word again, you will get more productive, right? Because you get to know each other, you know the system that you're working on quite well. So we always tell ourselves, if we have a good team of professionals, after time they will get more productive. And maybe that's true, but not necessarily so. And that has to do with the nature of building software. And the word nature here is chosen a bit deliberately, because I'm going to make an analogy with something from biology. It's called the basic metabolic rate, and that's hard to explain, but Wikipedia does a pretty good job. But in my words, which are layman's words, it's the energy that your body consumes at rest. So just to keep basic functions running, like breathing, cell repair, stuff like that, right? So energy we consume in rest. And what's important in biology to point out here is that for endothermic organisms, this typically decreases over age, with age. So when you get older, it takes less energy to breathe and stuff like that, right? And we have something like that in software as well, but with one important difference. In software, this doesn't decrease with age, it increases with age. And how does that work? And by the way, I should point out, this is not my idea, this is idea by Eduardo Ferro, who wrote a blog post about it. I think it was 2 years ago now. And it's actually a very neat and nice analogy, so I wanted to share that with you guys. So, as always, time is on the axis, and this time on the y-axis I put money or resources or stuff like that. And typically, at least in the environments that I work with, resources, money especially, is limited. There's a cap on it. So, for example, it could be our team size, right? We can't go over a certain team size. So now we're going to, let's assume a greenfield situation. We're going to build some software here, and we're going to build a feature, nice yellow feature. I just built it, and that for some time, that consumes some of our resources, some of our money, some of our team capacity, whatever. But then the feature is finished, we have shipped it, and we're done. We don't have to take on that cost. Now, wait a minute, of course, even if we shipped it, there's still cost involved, right? There's still a bit of cost involved over the course of the lifespan of this feature, right? What is that? Well, that's the price, the cost that we have to incur maintaining this feature, right? Maybe we're gonna, upgrade some library or some framework, and then there's work to do in that particular feature. There will be some minor bugs that we have to fix over time. So there is a cost we still have to pay for keeping this feature around. And that's later on, if we're going to add new features, that also is going to be a bit more expensive than it was when we added our first feature, because we now have to integrate with an existing feature, right? We add some piece of code, and a test breaks that are related to our existing feature, and we need to fix that. Perhaps we have to do a refactoring to make it all nicely integrate with each other again. So the point is, even after shipping the feature, for the lifetime of this feature, there's a cost involved, and that's the metabolic rate of this particular piece of software. And you can see what happens now. I'm going to add a second feature. It's going to cost me some capacity, going to cost me some money, I don't know, but it comes on top of this metabolic rate of the feature that I have already shipped. And of course, this feature itself, after I've shipped it, will have its own cost of maintaining and integrating with feature stuff. And now you see what's happening. There's a third feature that I add, perhaps there's a fourth feature that I add, and now this threshold comes close. And there's no room to actually, within the budget that I have, within the capacity that I have, to add a new feature. And that's the effect that metabolism has on software. So with age, it doesn't increase. No, it doesn't decrease, it increases. And it eats out of our opportunity, our ability to keep innovating, to keep adding. So that's an interesting form of drag. And that's really in the nature of software development. So what can we do about this? Well, this is a type of drag I'm convinced that you can't completely get away with, right? You can get better perhaps by shipping features a bit more efficiently, so the blocks become smaller, and you can try and minimize the effect of the metabolism here, right? So make it easier to maintain and stuff like that. But I don't think it will go away completely. And there's one obvious thing that you can do, and that's get rid of existing features. So if you have shipped something that isn't used or contributes very little value to our business, yeah, you should seriously consider getting rid of it, get that feature out of your system, because then you also don't have to pay the price for maintaining it, and you create room for innovation and stuff like that. Well, I think that's a very nice, very interesting form of drag, and a very nice one for teams to actually look into, try and measure, and do that. Where to start optimizing? Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because I think if you look at it, you will have all kinds of sources of drag all over your system, right? And what I really recommend doing here is don't just identify something and go at it and try and get rid of it, reduce it, right? So really contemplate a bit what forms of drag do I have in my cycle, and where is it hurting me the most? So do stuff like asking an old friend for help, I always call it. So do some stuff like value stream mapping, and really start measuring where it hurts you the most, and what the effect is at certain bottlenecks in your pipelines and stuff like that, and attack it there. That would be my advice. Yeah, I can talk about that for a whole lot longer, but we're approaching, the end of our time window, so I'm going to leave it at that. Some takeaways. Yeah, so a lot of times, like I said, achieving flow, actually, that sounds hard, but if you turn it around and go and look for where you have drag in your system and see whether you can reduce it, that's also a nice way to increase your flow. Reducing doesn't always mean eliminating, right? It just means be mindful and see what you can do and where and when you want to spend the effort of doing so, right? So as an example of technical debt. And yeah, use data, do things like value stream mapping and stuff like that. Use data to figure out where to apply these reductions. And it doesn't have to be precise, right? Don't overdo it. If you get in a room with a team and do some whiteboarding and do some brainstorming, the team knows. The team knows where these areas are. Validate that and then go after it. Thank you.
All right, bear with me while I unplug my phone and fire up Slido. But that gives you time to input some questions too, so, I think that's all good. So many tabs open, la 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 la. Did people already ask some questions? No. Was everything so clear? Everything
I hope
was so clear. Just like taking notes, not writing down questions.
I guess so.
I am certain that is what happened. We'll give it 5 more seconds, and if there's no questions, then we're going to move on to the next session. Yeah, I mean, we could show the Slido slide. That's a thing we could do. They're nodding, so I think it's a thing that we can do. Does everyone is like, maybe someone is like, I'm tired of this technology, I have to, write down my question. If you can shout, and I will repeat your question.
I'm used to people shouting at me, so that's...
Are you?
Yeah?
Oh, I'm
happens
sorry.
a lot. No.
I mean, there's the third round, I heard there's going to be a DevOps hugging session, so if you want to hug it out later.
I will.
That's an option for you. All right, well then, thank you so much. Let's give
Thank you for your time.
Round of applause. And we can have our next speaker set up.
Thank you. Okay.
You're also distributed over the room. I would wish for you to come a little bit closer, if you feel like it. Yeah, Izzy, you can't get any closer. You're here already. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. So on to our. This is going to be the last talk of the day, and then I hope for all of you to be back in this room at 5, because then we'll do a little bit of a closing. There will be prizes to give away. There's going to be 3 prizes to give away, which is excellent. And we'll talk to you about, the dinner and the DevOps and the bingo and the board games. These are all things that are going to happen still this evening. And so we're joined here now by Popov. Hi, nice to see you. And Mishka actually speaks 4 languages, runs marathons, because apparently he's a superhuman, and also is the lead of DevOps, SysOps, and DBA team. Because why pick one team when you can do 3 teams, of the mobility business and mobility connect website at Total Energies.
Yes.
But that's not all. Because that's what it says here. That's what it says here.
So much text there.
He's also the FinOps manager.
Yeah,
of the
I do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, you forgot about that just because of the marathons and the languages.
Of course, I'm managing the budget, so. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. So we need to talk to you about sponsoring next year, right? All right, so Mishka is going to...
I don't have that power.
Oh, you
no, sorry.
That's what I would say if I would be here up on stage and there's a live stream going. You're going to talk to us about organizing a fast-growing DevOps team.
Yes.
So without further ado, please take it away.
So thank you for the introduction. So a few words about me. I started as a Python developer, and I've also done some Java development at one point in my life. I joined WakeConnect and Total Energies 4 years ago, and first as a Python developer. Then I got promoted to lead DevOps, basically because I was able to deploy stuff to Kubernetes. No, that's a joke. I'm also have some side project. I'm working as a homebrew maintainer. I have a passion about package management. That's my second job, but it pays way less than the first one. Let's talk about the company. So WakeConnect, initially, it's a startup from Lille in France. It was acquired by Total Energies in 2018. We have more than 100,000 B2B users. So actually, Total Energies has B2C and B2B. We focus on B2B. And the two products we sort of sell are Mobility Business and Mobility Business Connect. The reasons why Total Energies, which is an energy company, bought this startup back then was that Total Energies has a fleet management system for vehicles. They sell petrol cards. Nowadays, more and more for EV vehicles. That's the focus for the future. And the startup had a real-time vehicle tracking solution with GPS trackers. So it made sense to have both products together. And yeah, the WakeConnect, so it's a subsidiary of Total Energies. We call us the green tag of mobility. Sorry, I have it only in French because we are a French company, so we don't have the logo in English. Let's talk about the growth of the company. When I joined WakeConnect 4 years ago, we were 20. I knew everyone in the company. There were some salespeople, business. We had a small call center. There were some devs, the CTO. Everything was easy and nice. Now, 4 years later, we are 120. And of course, when your company grows, your DevOps team grows too. I put DevOps in quotes because you'll see it's not that clear what is a DevOps in the company, or it was not that clear back then. With the turnover over 4 years, there are only 2 people sort of still in the company, me and a colleague. And now we have 15 people in the DevOps team. We have a lot of projects. There has been need for a lot of infrastructure lately. So we had some migrations to do, so the team has really grown a lot. If you look at the distribution of the teams in the company, when I started, that was the situation. You had the Mobility Connect monolith coming from the startup. So it was managed by the IT manager, which was handing out the computers to the collaborators, fixing the printer, and deploying stuff in the cloud. That was his job. And then at one point, some devs got the credentials to the production, and they were deploying stuff, but sort of half manually. On the other side, the Mobility Business website from Total Energies, they had dev teams in India, and we had also an ops team in India. So really like the silos, separated teams there in India. And then at one point we wanted to do microservices. Everyone wants to do microservices at one point. And a few years ago we started to set up a platform team where they put DevOps and devs in the same team. And this was really efficient, and it sort of proved that it was a good way of working. And then the Big Bang. Last year, we sort of changed everything because you had these 3 sort of teams, 3 products, 2.5 products. So we changed a lot of things. The IT manager got sort of promoted, went to a different branch of the company. The devs, some went away. we sort of started removing the credentials from the production from them so that they could focus on coding and not fixing stuff on the infrastructure. The offshore team, so we changed it completely over 2.5 months, I think. What happened is we were not happy anymore with the Indian team. We had a contract with an offshore company, so a service contract. So we went to Mauritius and we hired 6 people there. We did the same with 30 devs. So basically half of the company went away in 3 months. It's a nice experiment when you live it from inside. The thing with Mauritius is they speak French. And when you are a French company, it's way easier than to speak with people in India. Second thing is the people in Mauritius, they are internal employees from Total Energies. So the relationship we have with them is really different. You are not in a contract relationship. They are not selling you anything. We are in the same company. So it's way easier to work with Mauritius. The platform team got disbanded. What I wanted when I became the manager of the new team, you will see, I sort of got rid of the devs. The idea was there is so much work to do on the DevOps side, I cannot handle managing people writing Java codes on top of that. So the devs are going back to the dev teams. That was the idea. So yeah, 1 year ago, we created the DevOps team. I put that in quotes because you put into DevOps what you want. The focus was deployment, ops, infrastructure. And we introduced the role of lead DevOps, which didn't exist 1 year ago in the company. It was sort of also a new concept. Emergency measures. I'm a young manager. I got promoted here. A team of 8 people or 6 people, and then there is turnover. Yeah, try to organize this. So I got some help from different people. The first thing we did was having a chat channel, especially because we have a part of the team in Mauritius. So you need to communicate over written means, and you have also time zone difference, which is hard to manage. We set up an email address so everyone in the company could reach us. Before, you've seen there were sort of 3 teams. They had all their own email address. So I advertised a lot this new address. That's a fake one. Don't try it. I advertised a lot this email address so people could reach through one single channel. An organigram. The company is growing so fast. We reorganized the 3 teams. You need to advertise the fact that you have a new organization. So each month, I would just send an email to the whole company saying, here, this is the new organization. There were a lot of, we hired a lot of people over the last year, so I needed to make sure that everybody knew who was in the team or not. And I kept it up to date. The HR team could not follow up with that work. They are also quite small, so I did it. And each team lead does this each month now in the company. With the organigram, I've sent this slide. That's a copy-paste from the slide I sent to everyone. That's the first draft I made. I sent this. I said, that's the responsibility now of the team. This is what we are doing. Remember, I told you I removed the devs from the team. We decided this with my manager. So there is we are deploying Java, .NET, Python, whatever, but we are not writing the code. That's the responsibility of the devs. So I made a boundary there. Yeah, and we are doing all of this, or at least we are trying. This allowed me to refuse some requests from people. There were processes in place which have been there for years, and I was not happy about some of them. The business team was coming to the DevOps and asking for statistics in the database. Can I get some reporting? Why? It happens that the DevOps had the credentials for the database of the production. So my rationale was here I can give you read-only credentials, or we will set up a reporting tool so you can do it yourself. We are not going to do this manually each month. It doesn't make sense. Devs were asking to create release branches in Git. Why? Because the ops team in India, they had locked the release branches. That was the responsibility of the ops team actually back then. Said, no, you can now create, I will give you the permission, you can create any branch you want, just tell us where you want it to be deployed. That's all. You can have your own Git flow, I don't care. And then some devs which had credentials for the infrastructure, they were just like, for example, changing the database size without using Terraform. Then, of course, you get issue between your Terraform state and the database size. And then it was a pain for us to fix it. We have introduced specific roles in the team. So it's a DevOps team, but actually we are doing way more than that. The site reliability engineer. I put the number 1 in there. Actually, we hired him really late in the process. I would recommend that this is the first hire. Why? Because if you tell to 10 DevOps, you are now responsible of the production, no one is responsible. And for me, it's a question about the title. If you say to someone, you are now the site reliability engineer, this gives him more power to work on incident management. He works with the monitoring expert. We have a database administrator. We will hire a second one. There was a myth in the company that you could just provision databases on the cloud, put data in there, and then go away. That's not true. You have to do maintenance. You will have a lot of issues if you let your database run over years without having a look at it. And there are some really good experts out there that will fix things for you. We got an architect for 2 months. He did the architecture diagram. We didn't have one, so the team was lost. There were services running everywhere when I took over. I had no clue there would be so much in the cloud subscriptions. So the architect did this for us. And then the last one, the cyber expert, I don't know exactly the title we will give him. We will have someone full-time for cyber stuff because there is a lot of stuff to do. Methodology. So upper management asked me, what should you do? How should we work? And the idea was all the dev teams are doing Scrum, so I don't know, let's do Scrum. Why not? So a Scrum Master came to 1 or 2 months in the team, and he started up the rituals, the meetings, the sprint planning, the reviews. And then he left. And at one point, there was a slide in the team. I was the lead DevOps, acting product owner. It's nice because you can be the dictator. I don't need to negotiate with the product owner. I'm the lead and the product owner and the Scrum Master. But that's not working. So you cannot do Scrum if you don't have at least the product owner and the Scrum Master. It's difficult. And at one point, when the team size grew over 8 or 9 people, it was impossible because you cannot do a daily meeting with 15 people, or at least it will take 1 hour. The nice thing we did is, at that point when we were a small team, we asked people to fill tickets. A lot of people came to the team and wanted stuff from us without having a ticket, so we asked for tickets. I will tell you later that at the beginning it was nice, at the end it was not that nice. But the nice thing is the daily in Scrum is based on the tickets. So you open the board and then you check on what is going on and what needs to be prioritized. Issues. That was my agenda. So that's a fake one, but you get the idea. You have the Scrum meetings. I'm doing onboardings, interviews. I'm going to the architecture committee because I need to speak to the architects. I'm meeting a lot of teams. The red ones are production incidents. Actually, I'm cheating. I put them in the holes, but they happen also during the other meetings. And I was the more senior in the team. I have been there for 4 years, so I knew a lot about the infrastructure. So each time something was broken, somebody would call me out of the meeting, here, you need to have a look. So this is where the site reliability engineer came in, and that just removed 20 hours of work off my agenda, because he could just go to the incidents and he would just do a report at the end for me. That's how we organized things. Yeah, so I was working 9 hours per day, didn't have time for lunch. It was quite chaotic. So now, the issue was, when the team grew, I didn't have time to write the tickets. I could not be the lead and the product owner at the same time. The ticket, I was told, oh, the team members will just pick up the tickets by themselves or write them by themselves. That didn't work either. The team also did not really auto-organize. I didn't have enough bandwidth to help them auto-organize. I was just sitting in meetings. And the other teams were complaining, oh, the DevOps team, they are not delivering fast enough. Everything is stuck. And then sometimes we were breaking their dev environment. Of course, we were working. And this caused also some tension. And then it was hard to prioritize those. So we have 7 or 8 dev teams. They all wanted something from me at the same time. It's really hard. So the main issue we saw is, so the 7 dev teams on the right, they needed to go to Jira and me to talk to the DevOps team. That was the process. The devs on the right side were not allowed to contact the DevOps on the left side. They had to go through a ticket. We added a lot of bureaucracy and process to make sure this was enforced. So watch out for silos. I think that's the topic of the day. So I have also a silo picture. How did we fix it? So I've put the light bulb because we are in the city of light, I was told. I looked at the QA team with my manager, and actually the QA and dev teams, you have a QA team with 10 or 15 QAs, and there is one in each dev team. So a dev team is a lead dev or technical lead, a product owner, Scrum Master, because they are doing Scrum. They have devs, a QA. So we said, let's add the DevOps there. So now that's the new organization. So after 6 months of the first organization, we shifted to this one. So the nice thing was, after a few weeks, the dev team stopped complaining that the DevOps team was not delivering. They could not anymore because they had one DevOps in their team, and that was their issue now, if they were not delivering, actually. I could just tell, you have now a full-time DevOps for you. You don't need to do tickets. If you are late with your delivery, that's your issue, the issue of your team. Actually, we have a hybrid solution because I still have the expert roles on the left side, which are sort of not in a team, and then some transverse DevOps, more senior ones, which can help and jump in on the right side if you need a second DevOps or somebody goes on holiday. So I'm just doing the coordination of the different topics and having a look that everything works fine. So the DevOps can go to the rituals of the dev teams. That's nice. They have a product owner there which will write the tickets. They have a Scrum Master which will do the retrospective, for example. I don't need to take care of that. What I do still to keep contact with the team is a weekly meeting where we share the news about who is working on what, and we do a team demo. Actually, the team demo is, it's sort of completely unprepared. You just come there, it's 30 minutes, someone can have a topic here, and you show code. It's not a PowerPoint presentation. Here, I've seen something in the infrastructure, or I had this bug, here is how I fixed it. It's really an efficient way to share, process, and review. And then I meet the teams once per week to discuss more important topics. The focus for me now is, now that the DevOps are in the teams, I don't have to be involved in all the decisions and priorities and things. I can work on writing documentation for the team, for the onboarding, the documents, and so on. I wrote a document with the team, which is called the 9 DevOps rules. You can have more or less. It's sort of a general document about what is expected from a DevOps in the company. For example, you need to push to production with Terraform. There are things about if the team asks you to set up a new pipeline for a new microservice, make sure the architects validate it, that we will deploy this actually. And it's not sort of a request which is going under the radar and you don't see anything. I'm handling the more political topics. I'm doing the interviews, the management of the team. That's my role. I'm not involved anymore in the minor details. Also, the follow-up is a weekly meeting, so I'm not doing the whole firefighting the whole day. And of course, I can focus on the delivery or the quality of the delivery, but I will delegate this because you have seen the team is 15 people. It's impossible for me to follow in detail, like, is this code well written, or yeah, this deployment is not well done, we should improve it, or is it consistent between teams? I don't have time for this. And then I will spend more time also with architects to reduce the stack we have. We made a lot of choices, and we have a lot of technologies, a lot of programming languages. We need to reduce that because as in the slide and the presentation before about metabolism, I think that creates drag with time, and you need a lot of experts in a lot of different things. In conclusion, I was overworked. I've shown you my fake agenda, but it was really like this for weeks. I really tried hard to find a solution myself. Should I really go to these meetings? Can we do something else? Actually, I think it was really an issue with the organization. Watch out for silos. So putting the DevOps in the dev teams was really a smart move, and it's really efficient. Scrum, my take on that, I'm not saying Scrum is good or bad. I'm keeping that reflection for myself, but it didn't work for us. That's all. And if you go above 8 team members, it's impossible. It has been 1 year now, so we changed the organization once now. Change takes time. And I wanted to talk about time zone difference issues and distant teams. That's a problem I have not solved. Maybe it cannot be solved, but I want also to focus some more energy on that over the next years. That's all. So thank you for your attention. Here are some links to my social media. And I think we can go to the questions.
All right, thank you so much. I don't see any questions again. You're a very silent audience. So I'm gonna give it a little bit longer. You said it's been 1 year.
Yep.
How are you?
That's a good question. A lot of people ask me how it is to change from a technical job to like management. I've been doing Python development for 10 years. So I think it's a great experience. It's maybe not for everyone. I don't know if I will stay a manager for my whole life, but I want still to, I feel I have still things to do, so I will continue that adventure for the next years. And I'm still doing open source, so I'm still coding a little bit.
Exactly, and I feel like contributing to an open source project is a bit of management and a bit of IC work as well, so all mixed into one.
In Homebrew, I'm mostly reviewing code and not writing that much anymore.
Which is also kind of a manager's job. All right, I give you 3, 2, 1. Okay, no questions. Let's give it up for Mishka one more time.
Thank you.
And you're all free to go. So please go have a have a beverage, a refreshment, and then at 7 we'll be back here for the closing notes. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back for our closing remarks.
Yeah, so glad that you all stuck around. Before we go to our closing remarks and fun things and giveaways, we want to make a quick statement. During the open space on compensation, several sexist and racist comments were made. We want to make sure that these types of comments are not acceptable and they directly violate our code of conduct. And we very much regret that this took place. We did not receive a formal complaint, so this statement is where it ends for now. But if you still feel like you want to report a violation, then please reach out to either Jos or me later today.
Yeah, or for our external code of conduct person. All right. Well, back to the more. Oh, can we go one back? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Other than what happened at that open space, how did everyone enjoy their open spaces? Did you have good talks? Did you make connections? Did you learn from each other?
I mean, I saw very few people on the hallway track, so I guess that people went to the open spaces. That's really good. I'm glad you did.
All right. Since we got about 40 to 50 people here today that are not going to be there tomorrow when we have 50 new people, I want to mention the meetup. We try to do a meetup every 6 weeks or so. Might get a little bit less so during Christmas, of course, but in the new year we'll definitely. The meetup address is there. We're always looking for companies to host. All you have to do is make space available, like the canteen area, get some pizzas, and host a fun meetup. We're always looking for speakers, how to. We really want to do this again in the following year, and doing meetups is a lot of fun as well. And we don't have to do just a conference. We could do meetups too.
Absolutely. All right, that look signals next slide, potentially.
Oh, yeah. Then I had a piece of paper here somewhere, because we had a couple of sponsors that want to give away stuff today as well. So can I have Contrast Security on stage?
Yeah, thanks everyone for joining our raffle.
You can hold it up, you know, like be like. Yeah, I'll check that this is all.
So we're going to run our little prize picking script. We're going to run our little prize picking script here. So it's very simple. We just enter how many entries were, or how many people entered. We'll then randomly pick, or pseudo-randomly pick a winning number, and Peter will pick that number out of the names that we have. So how many people entered?
29.
29. So I'll type in 29 here, and then confirm, and our little monkey in the bottom right, nobody can see this up there, I understand that, he's going to pick the winning number. The winning number is number 22.
That would be Max Stefuli. Is Mac here?
Can he collect on behalf of his wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the ring. Come on.
I'll find it. Congratulations. Picture time.
You won this. Yeah.
All right. Then Segeka also has a prize to give away.
Yeah, so I have first an apology because my marketing lady who actually has the list was unable to send it to me due to some crazy rules about GDPR and sending email with names. So we will have to get back on that, but we are giving away 8 seats at our run of the business project, or the Phoenix Project Business Simulation, which will be in January, which is a really cool experience just to be with a group of people who all think and do about DevOps. But it's playing after the book for those who don't know it. So if you want to win, We will give away 8 slots. We will scan. Please come scan by, and we'll make sure we make it entertaining. And we will email people later.
Excellent. All right, thank you. And then we have Jumbo.
Yes, we did a small online game with Jumbo, scanning a QR and just catching figures in an online environment as soon as possible. The time that came out, 13 seconds, was unbelievable, but we checked and it seemed to be true. It's for Yannick. He should be here. Yes. For the ones who do attend tomorrow again, game is just opening again. You should catch up with him, how he did the 13 seconds. Quite amazing.
All right, then I have 2 more slides, so we're almost done. We'll have food shortly in the lounge, so that is if you go upstairs to the mezzanine, I think it's called, past the open spaces and past like the glass bridge. There's the lounge, that's the restaurant area of the campus, and there we'll have food. Food starts at, I believe, 5:30, but there will be drinks first, and my lovely assistant here. We have, thanks to Contra Security, our very own brewed, especially for us, Devopsdays. So that will be served as soon as you get there, I guess.
And then after food and DevOps, or not DevOps, that's also fine. We have a bingo evening, which is bound to be a lot of fun. We have a lot of prizes to give away. Not all of them are actually on the stage, but definitely, Emotional Sports Sloth is looking for a new owner. We have some llama slippers. We have a tiny little desk vacuum cleaner. We have socks. We have onesies. We have all kinds of stuff to give away.
Right.
So definitely join in the the bingo. We have a couple of board games that we brought too. So if you want to play some board games afterwards, then that's a thing that you can do too.
We have slides for the bingo as well.
Yes, exactly. Because we did the bingo at Amsterdam, and then apparently there was a lot of confusion about how one plays bingo. So we created slides just to make sure that everybody is on the same page.
All right. So one last thing before we let you all go. Can I get all organizers and volunteers on the stage for a group photo? All right, thank you, and we'll see you at the lounge.